Yeah. For my Negroni, takeaway in it. He was like, "Oh, that made me so nervous."
Yeah,
Like,
right.
haha.
Yeah.
Just went buttermilk peach. I was like, "What is that?"
Oh, yeah. Okay, guys, we are live. We're live across the board. Sol, you look lovely. If you're out in the Instagram shot, you are in the live stream for Facebook. So is this one? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls! Woo! Isn't it good to be back doing cocktail competition? This is my first time hosting a cocktail competition in about 4 years, which is really weird. I feel like Billy Crystal going back to the Oscars. We have a fantastic night tonight. Thank you so much for all your understanding about this pandemic, things that we've got to do these days. Obviously, if you've ever done a Negroni week competition in Clive, it usually is people sitting on laps, on floors, in the rafters, standing room only. It's a little insane. So Campari said, the only way you can do this event, Sean, is if you ticket it and only do the amount of seats that you have, which is a shame because usually we fit 3 times as many people in this room on a Negroni week night. But we're not all that comfortable with that many crowds yet. So we have 8 competitors tonight. Obviously, we've got a lot of young bartenders who've come up through the ranks during the pandemic, so it's going to be a lot of fun. You've got some of the old guys, like Mike. That's literally the only person in the lineup that's the old guy. Kate, how are we doing?
Am I doing?
No, Kate, you're last. I don't care about you till like 7 from now. So first up, we've got Kate from Parking Company. She is coming. She's prepping. Are you gonna like fill the dead airspace? Do your dance?
I know.
So tonight, guys, usually we do the 4th cocktail. So 3 cocktails get made by the competitors. Well, 4 cocktails get made by the competitors. 3 get given to the lovely judges, and usually we pass the 4th around so everybody can taste the straws. Obviously, we're not going to do that this week, or this time, maybe next time. So what we're going to do is we're going to auction them off. So if you see a competitor really enjoy like their cocktail, like their thesis, and you want to bid on it, we'll start the bid at like $10. Now, all this is going to charity. It's going to the Bartenders Benevolent Fund. We gave $250 as a hotel. We've raised another $650. Thank you to all your ticket sales here tonight. I'm hoping we can break $1,000 the BBF. So I am part of the BBF. I'm one of the board members. What we do is every single week as a committee, we get anywhere from lately 25 applicants to 150 applicants every single week emailed to us with all anonymously just their stories about how the pandemic has impacted them in the hospitality industry. Lots of people have 2 kids and no income and so on and so forth. So every week we give up to $500 to people every single week. Obviously that takes a lot of money to be raised to continue doing that, and that's what we're trying to do for the next year because we're still not out of this. We're very lucky in BC and very lucky in Victoria that we've been able to still have these sort of events when a lot of people on the East Coast still only allowed outside. And Negroni week outside would have really fucking sucked tonight. My team is going to be making the cocktails tonight, so I've got Harry and Kate behind the bar. Kate is actually competing. So Kate is actually competing at hand watching tonight, and so is Kat. Where's Kat? So Kat's going to be serving you all night long until it's her turn, then she'll be up competing, then she'll go back on the floor. Because I never ask too much of myself.
You're a waitress.
Yes, please. So, what we usually do if you haven't done a Negroni week competition before, while the competitors are competing, we try and minimize how many drinks we're putting through off the bar. So just be patient. If you do place an order with one of the team, that it may take a little bit longer, just because we like to be a little bit quiet so that the competitor gets full center stage, and then as soon as they finish and start talking to the judges, we bang out the drink orders. So we're going to be as quickly as possible for you guys tonight, but just keep in mind that we only have one well and want to keep it a little bit quiet during the competition. How are we looking, Kate? I'm really trying to stretch this out. People think I like to talk. I really am not liking talking right now. It's really fucking awkward. My social anxiety is at like a 7. So if we can just like speed it up, that would be fantastic. If you do have friends that aren't, second. If you do have friends that can't make it tonight, do tell them that it's going to be streaming on my personal Facebook, on Clive's Facebook, on my Twitch, on YouTube. Where else am I? I'm doing it in a few places. Instagram. Oh, and Instagram Live here. So I actually gaffer taped my iPad to a gimbal, and so I can do Instagram Live on the Clive's Instagram page. So if anybody wants to watch any of their favorite bartenders, there's everywhere you can watch it. So check it out, and if any of your friends comment, I can actually. Oh, wait a second. Terry Evans says, "Yay, Kate."
That's my dad.
And Shannon Christian says, "You're the best, Kate."
That's my grandma.
I knew I could stretch that fucker out.
There we go.
I apologize if I swear a lot, but this is my bar, so I can do what the fuck I want. So, Kate, are we ready?
Can I have 90 seconds?
Okay.
There we go. Yeah.
Your time.
I am timer.
So bartenders have created their own drinks based around Campari, Negroni ribs, and everything else in between. I've looked at all the recipes. It's both ends of the spectrum. Oh, thanks, Sharon. Oh. Sorry, I just got my cue from my producer. The judges this evening, the godfather of cocktails himself, is Solomon Siegel is here. He would be everything without me, and I wouldn't be anything without him. That was a major compliment. You missed it. You thought I was giving myself a hug. You missed the massive compliment.
No, I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you. I wouldn't listen to you, Sean.
Because it has been a couple of years since we've been in the Negroni competition. 2019's winner, Adam Price, back from the East Coast, where it wasn't as much fun as he thought it would be. And of course, we have 2018's winner who beat me by a shit ton of points. I came third because I still stand on my rock that Solomon judged me way too fucking hard that year. Harley backs up. So without fucking further ado, that was a massive intro, just so you know.
That was great. I feel very hyped up right now.
Can I get another Negroni, please? Are we almost ready?
I am ready.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Kate Chernoff from Clark and Company.
I'm ready to begin. Thank you very much. Can we get another round of applause for Sean and that amazing introduction, please? Well, I'm very grateful and excited to be here today. It's very humbling to be in this room full of super talented, amazing hospitality professionals from Victoria, and I can't wait to get started. Although the one thing I am missing is Campari.
Oh, sorry. my bad.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no, you're going to use this special one. This one's got Negroni meat on it.
Oh, there we go. Okay, for sure. Thank you very much. I'm going to get this squeezed out. So we're going to start off with the star of the show, Campari. I'm going to add an ounce of this into my stir tin here. I really love Campari for a lot of reasons. It has an amazing flavor profile, cherry, clove, orange peel. But what really speaks to me the most about Campari is the red passion project that they have. It came out and it launched right around the same time that I started bartending, and I was really inspired by it. It was the exact same time that I dropped out of university and decided to bartend, and they had a very big project saying, just do what you love unapologetically, and I really commend them for that, and I found it really inspiring for me at the time. I'm there. Next up, what I'm going to do is do an ounce of Espolón tequila. I was really inspired by this product as well. I know that Espolón is the base product for all of their Añejo and other Reposado tequilas. The Blanco has a really amazing mid-palate flavor profile. Vanilla beans, which I thought was really great to have a confectionery note in this cocktail. So what I decided to do today was infuse it with ladyfinger cookies to give it a really cool confectionery, yeast, cereal, marzipan flavor profile to it. So I'm going to add an ounce of that into here as well. But I'm making 4 cocktails today, so I'm actually going to do 4 ounces of that because that makes a little bit more sense. I chose to do the ladyfinger infusion in the Espolón Blanco for a few reasons. One of the reasons being that my cocktail today is inspired by Gaz Regan. My cocktail's name is the Gazliado, and I just was very inspired by his story of bartending. He's a very influential figure in the hospitality industry, and I wanted to commemorate and honor him today. We all know that Gaz was known for stirring Negroni with his finger, and of course he was the creator of the Rosita cocktail, so I wanted to use the tequila. I wanted to do a lady finger infusion on his behalf, and just try to commemorate him in any way that I possibly could.
You'd be giggling right now, lady finger.
Yeah. Another reason I chose the ladyfinger infusion was because there are so many amazing women in the hospitality industry who inspire me. I had the pleasure of being trained by a lot of really amazing women, and I think that the inclusion of all genders within the hospitality industry is so important and crucial to the development and growth of the industry, and I did want to leave that out of my cocktail today. Thank you very much. Following that, I'm going to do half an ounce of vermouth per cocktail. I'm using Cinzano sweet vermouth, their roasted vermouth. This is really the glue that's going to hold the whole cocktail together. It has really herbaceous, bright notes, and it's just going to tie everything in together really nicely and get it complete. So, on that note, I will do a chill and dilute my chill mixing glass here.
Oh, that's
Yeah. Another reason that I wanted to commemorate Gaz Regan in my cocktail today is because he was very bold and confident and spearheaded the open discussion of mental health within the hospitality industry. He was very open with his struggles with alcoholism, and it's really important today that we're raising money for the Bartenders Benevolent Fund because they also provide those resources, both financial and wellness resources for people within our industry. And I wanted to make sure that I did not go unnoticed, and we have to appreciate people who tried to and started eliminating that stigma within our industry. A few more seconds here. You may notice beside me I have some bitters and a saline solution. I am intentionally not including those within the chilling and diluting of my cocktail because I'm going to leave that at safe for you in a minute here. Go ahead and strain that into here. These glasses were chilled. To top this off, I'm going to do 2 ounces of Cinzano Prosecco on top of my cocktail here. This is going to really enhance the mouthfeel by bringing a light bubbliness to the texture of the cocktail. This has some really great, refreshing pear, crisp apple notes that are great for the start of fall. Anyone who's bartended before will know this is like pouring Diet Coke on a busy Saturday night, waiting for all the bubbles to settle.
Sorry, you're at 720 right now.
Okay, thank you. All right, to top it off, I'm going to add 2 dashes of Reagan's Orange Bitters on top of our drink, and 3 dashes of a saline solution just to really root the confectionery yeasty notes from the ladyfinger infusion, and the orange bitters are really going to brighten up the Campari notes in the base of our cocktail. And then, as our garnish, I have prepared some golden, sparkly, edible glitter ice cubes that I would encourage the judges to use to chill and dilute their drinks, because as much as I would love to finger stir all your drinks for you today, as Yasmin, we're in the middle of a pandemic. So the more you stir, the sparklier your cocktail is going to get, because there's nothing like a sparkly ladyfinger in the midst of your cocktail. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kate from Clark & Company.
Stir with the ice.
So folks, the option will work. Put your hand down. How this option will work, what I'll do is I'll write down whose cocktail it is, who gets it. At the end of the night, what I'm going to do, I'm going to get you to tip that amount extra, so that then I can, so I know no one carries cash. Except for Brian, he doesn't believe in social media, technology, he just has wallets or cash. And all ladies understand with all his coins. He's not even competing getting grips in it. So, for Cat Street, we're going to start the video off at $10. We're going to give $10 to Cat Street, $10. 12? Let's do 15? Okay, 15. We'll do it in $2 increments. 20.
25.
25. 27. 30. 32. 37. 37.
40.
40. Oh. Going once. Going 42. Going once. Going twice. 3 times. Go. That just went for $42, just so you know. You're selling Unified Mary coin puffs out How was your birthday?
Yeah, so Friday didn't work. I didn't stay off work. I was working. That's why I was pretty sick
That's good. Okay, can you chuck four Collins glasses up? Sorry, can you chuck four Collins glasses up for Cat?
Well, I understand that. Oh, yeah. I know, right? Yeah. What are your parents?
I grew up in Ontario, Canada, but they came from both came from now Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for Kate, please.
My dad did water for that.
One more round, everybody. So, ladies and gentlemen, so the prize tonight, thank you so much for getting Larry. Go say thank you to Nick down in the back corner for all the support he's given Negroni Week this year. It's the very first one, and it's not even the same as usual, so I'm looking forward to next year when we can do the same as usual and Nick can really get screwed over. But the winner tonight actually gets, then this is a legit. This is full. This is not red dye. This is legit full of Campari. A 3-liter bottle of Campari. So lay back for whoever wins. Lay back for the whole room. Plus, how much is this again, Nick? $250. $250 Amazon gift card to spend. So Clayton, how are we doing? Good. 30 seconds. I think I'm going to have to move this back to get you into the frame. It's a lot of it. Judges, how are we doing?
A little bit, so.
Okay. Yes, thank you. I mean, you provided enough champagne.
That's probably, yeah.
You know, I think.
Happy birthday, Dad. I have no idea what it is. I have no idea. We can celebrate
Yeah, it's hard So while the judges deliberate, everybody, let's talk about scoring, because there's a lot of pages and I could really lengthen out some time here. So the one thing with the scoring sheets that we've done in the past is these are actually been around for a really long time. Between Simon, Solomon, and myself, we developed these sheets in the last like 5-6 years. If you know Simon Olden, obviously from Beneteau from back in the day. So we developed these to give as close as possible a subjective angle on judging a cocktail competition. The hardest thing is being so subjective in taste and flavor and stuff. It's not about how we perceive it, it's how the contestant wants us to perceive it, which is why we developed these. So, how long do I have to stretch this out, Sol? 30 seconds? Okay, let's just do 2 of them. So, scores are about 100, and so you start with 100 points, and then we take points off you. You don't start at 0 and then go up, you start at 100 and come down. So, for the first 2 sections, because I'm going to stretch this out long enough that we can get going to the next competitor. Fuck that you now, I'm just going to fucking stretch this out. Fucking interrupt me again, I swear. Name and inspiration is 10 points. So, this is the cleverness and topicality. Of course, this is read by Solomon. How well does the name reflect the thesis of the drink and the theme of the competition? Does the name make the drink more appetizing? That actually works a lot. Presentation, I'm only going to do these ones and then we'll get into it, okay? You'll be impatient with me now.
Whatever you want to do. I'm just here to do my job.
Presentation, 15 points. Points for inspired choice of glassware and composition beauty. I've never read this all the way through. I've always just judged.
Explain your marks.
Has it always been this poopy?
Yeah.
Okay. Probably why I lost that game third in 2018.
Yeah, if you read the score sheet, it would help.
Maybe. And the rules. I make my own rules, Solomon. Competition including garnish integration and how appetizing does it look. And without further ado, the largest man behind the bar in Victoria, and that's including myself, Clayton Thornburn from Clive.
How's everyone doing? Yeah, right? Negroni with competitions in person. What a wild concept. Here we are. Thanks, Sean. Thanks for hosting. Thanks, Clive, for having us. Thank you, judges. Welcome. Sean said, my name's Clayton. We're at Win Cries Mary. Maybe some of you have been there. I recognize some faces in here. Judges, I'm going to start you off with a little bit of a palate cleanser here. This is a gelato sorbet made by our sous chef over at Win Cries Mary, Corbin, who owns a company called Sticks and Stones Gelato. So this is made by him, an entire sorbet. Just something to start you off, clear those palates a little bit. Notes of grapefruit, rosemary, and then nice bitter finish of the part. I'm going to place these for you to start. Enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, my cocktail is called Labor of Love. The idea behind this cocktail is that the hospitality industry as a whole is a community. We're a pretty tight-knit community, especially here in Victoria. And the best things that come out of the hospitality community are built on those values of community and those values of teamwork and people working together. The best cocktails, I don't know about anybody else, the best cocktails I've had in my life, they're not a solo effort. They're pieces and bits and pieces of different people's experiences and different people's knowledge and skills, and that's how you get kind of the best results, to me anyway. So the cocktail is a Negroni riff. It's Negroni week. It's Campari competition. It's a Negroni riff. I went fairly simple with it, so we're going to have some things, but with a bit of a twist. So I'm going to start off, instead of gin for a base, I'm going to do a base of cachaça. So agua, this is still strength cachaça. Again, this is a labor of love, this spirit. It's distilled one time, comes out of the still at 45%. That's a very precise thing to do. There's no water added to it. This is straight from the still into the bottle, rest in the stainless steel. So you get a really true representation of what that spirit is, but you can taste people's love in that. You can taste it. So I'm going 1.5 ounces per cocktail here. 2, 3. All right, 1.5 ounces per cocktail. Next, what's the next ingredient in a Negroni? It's vermouth. So this is a bottle of vermouth that's blended. Again, taking different experiences, different flavor profiles, different things, blending them together, making sure you hit different parts of the flavor palette. So in here I've got Cinzano, Merrill Arancio from Kelowna, local product, and Carpano Antica. So 3 vermouths in there, 3 different styles, 3 specific flavors, just to cover a wider array of flavors and styles. And we're going to go 1 ounce per in here. Those are 1.5 ounce pours, so just 2 of them, 3 ounces. And of course, the star of the show, the reason we're all here, Campari. And you can't have a Negroni. What did Brian always say? No Negroni without Campari. So, classic Campari ingredient. But again, family business, labor of love, an amalgamation of different ingredients, different styles that evolved over time. Used to be cochineal, now it's not. All these things that make this spirit what it is, the wonderful flavor profile that it is. And you can't have a Negroni without Campari. So 1 ounce per cocktail, of course. 3 ounces total. 4 ounces, sorry. I gotta do another answer. Making 4 cocktails, not 3. Pardon me a moment, everybody. Being that it is a Negroni or a Campari cocktail competition, I didn't want to just go 3 ingredients, classic Negroni. I wanted to spice it up a little bit. And again, keeping with that labor of love theme, that style of teamwork and different experiences, different techniques, different styles. When we first opened at Wynn Mary, I made some bitters. This is the last little bit of one of those things. It's kind of speaks to where the restaurant has come from to where it is now. For me, that's a pretty powerful thing, that labor of love, that it's changed so much in 2 years, obviously with COVID and everything else that's happened in the world, but it's been pretty incredible being part of that from start all the way through to now. So this is an orange and fennel bitters. We're gonna do 5 drops per cocktail. It is a recipe that I made 2 years ago. So it's sat and matured over time, but it is pretty fantastic. It's just gonna add just a little bit of herbaceousness to the bottom end of the cocktail, kind of that late palate. So 5 drops per cocktail there. We probably need some ice. All right, and I'm going to give that a stir. This is way less exciting than when people shake cocktails.
Which is the mixing glass?
The bartender in Vancouver, water bartender, whatever that place is called. We'll give her a taste. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, so we've got 4 beautifully chilled rocks glasses here. Nice and frosty. Thank you. I do have more things to say, I promise. I'm not just standing here quietly. Just want to talk about them when I get to them. Oh. So again, keeping with the theme of community inclusion, teamwork, community, labors of love, we all know the rise in popularity of clear ice, as it's happened over the last little while, and thank goodness it has. But clear ice takes a long time. It's a process, both to freeze it and to cut it, and to make sure it doesn't crack, and to temper it, and all the things. So we're pretty lucky to have a pretty fantastic team at Wynn Mary, and one of our team members has kind of taken that ice program on himself and run with it, Matt Majid. So thank you to Matt for this ice. They're hand cut, a couple of different sizes. So even though the wash lines on the final cocktail might be a little bit different, they do have the same amount of liquid in them there, I promise. And that's why I did it that way. highlighting some of those flavors of Campari and some of the vegetable notes and some of the orange and the vermouth. We're just going to give it an orange spritz here. Just place that right inside the glass. And then there's one final ingredient, again, finish off Labor of Love this evening. And the final kind of tie-in for me to this, the Labor of Love, the community, the teamwork, all of the different elements, all the elements of this cocktail and this palate cleanser have come from partly from me, partly from people that I work with, partly from people that I've learned from over the last few years. So this, again, is one of those ingredients. This is Carmelite water. It is a aromatized bitter, basically. It's a water, it's a bitter water. It's got a couple of different bittering agents in it, rose hips, cottonwood bud tincture, gentian, those kind of things. It's a really fantastic aroma. It doesn't change the flavor of the cocktail at all, but it is going to give a different smell and kind of allow your nose and your palate to be adjusted to something different than what you're going to taste in just a moment. So I'm going to give this a couple of spritzes. There we go, a couple of spritzes each. That's going to finish off my cocktail, Labor of Love. I'm going to present this over here in just one moment. Ladies first. Solid. And there we have it, everybody. My cocktail, Labor of Love, for the community.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time. What's that been at $10? Okay, it's done, Dave. $10. Who's running 25? Done, 25, Soren. 30, 35, 40, 50. Who's through 50? 50. Ladies and gentlemen, 100! What's up, Soren? Are you going to have a job tomorrow? I'm going to take a set of jokes. $100 to Lovely Gentlemen Table 10. Jesus. This is getting fucking heated. I know. Yeah. Anybody have goosebumps after that? I have goosebumps. I have goosebumps. I'm trying. I'll hook you up for 150, okay? Directly into your hand. $1.50? I don't get out of bed for less than 150, okay? I use my change for parking. Yeah, Jesus. Just give me a second. I'm pretty excited to see what happens. I mean, they're getting the pizza place up first. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Clayton from Clive. Okay, everybody, I want to do a quick video. How much fun has it been back at cocktail competition? Who's excited for Mike Norbury? Who's so happy Sullivan's judging tonight? There's a little bit of applause there, but that's right, that's not on me. I love you. Yes, sir. You can't use the kids' help.
I know he's asking me questions.
He wants you to wear the GoPro. You should go drugs. Yeah. Let me know when you're ready then, Mike. I'll let you know the judges. Judges, how are we doing? Seconds. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're on to our third competitor. We're almost halfway through. Number 3 on the competition list, number 1 in your hearts, Mike Strawberry. You like that one? Hey, I thought you like that one.
COVID. Welcome. Hello. This feels great. My name is Mike Norbury. I'm representing the DoubleTree Hilton, just down the street. I'd like to thank Sean, Cade, Not Harry, Kat, the rest of the Clive staff, Nick, Campari, everyone, the judges who made today possible.
What about Brian?
Brian Newham or Brian Hunt? Because I don't like either. Anyways, can I get a show of hands? Who likes romantic comedies? All right. Fast forward to 2019, pre-pandemic. My romantic life was a comedy. It all started with a lovely woman named Sarah. Sarah, the great white buffalo, the one that got away. Sarah may have gone to Toronto. She was the hero I deserved, but not the one I needed right now. I'm not going to pull up social media, because that's kind of creepy, seeing how, you know, the whole separation thing, but I just want to show you a picture of how I remember Sarah. That will be for you. You know, next on the docket, right after that, I walked into an erotic dance club, and I heard the voice of an angel, something like Fergie and Jesus. This charming man was named Brian Hunt, and him and I went strong. He was wonderful until he wasn't. One day, my most irritating friend, Ryan Simpson, tried to make a Negroni without Campari. Now, Brian freaked out. He got violent. He huffed and he puffed, and he almost blew Veneto down. This is how I remember Brian. These drops are Campari I threw back in his face. Anyways, Brian moved on to greener pastures. For you, honorable judge. And last but not least, right after Brian left, a new guy came to town. Young and handsome, full of energy. Just got out of a 7-year-long relationship, but that was okay. He promised it wasn't a rebound. Promised me. We went to the Fairmont, had breakfast in bed, trips to Clark & Co., tore a tiki. It was great. Again, like many before and many after, he promised it wasn't a rebound, but it in fact was a rebound. However, we're on good terms. And that very handsome man is with us tonight, and his name is Nick McDonald. Thanks, Nick. That's for you, honorable judge. So, like everyone does after a string of bad luck, I decided to go traveling. I went to Bali, I went to India, I got in touch with the culture, I meditated, I ate the food, and it was when I landed in Italy that I found the perfect Campari rep, just like the perfect partner is much like a perfect cocktail. And it starts with Campari. So, notes, bitter orange, blood orange, cherry, clove, cinnamon, the works. I'm going to use an ounce per cocktail, which is going to be 4 ounces all day. Haven't done this live in a bit. Got the shakes back. Awesome. Next, I wanted a grounded, a down-to-earth ingredient. So I decided to infuse some grappa with some Salt Spring Island beets. And per drink, I'm going to use 3/4 of an ounce. So 3 ounces of the beet-infused grappa in my cocktail all day. There we go. Next, I needed something sweet, something to really bring out the orange notes in the Campari. Keeping it brand forward, I decided to use 1/4 ounce of Grand Marnier. So we're going to put 1 full ounce into the mix. sunshine, brightness, acidity. Something to balance my ingredients and balance my love life. 3/4 of an ounce of lemon juice. So 3 ounces all day. And finally, going back to that breakfast in bed with Nick, I wanted to make a syrup that tasted like breakfast in bed. So this is a salted maple syrup with lactic acid added to it, 1/2 ounce per cocktail. So I'm gonna add 2 ounces to my drink all day. Now, time to shake things up, I guess. Homogenize that there. Here we go. Woo. Thank you very much. So where were we? Romantic comedies. Homogenizing my drink. Bugging Nick. Perfect. So this drink is going to have vegetal, earthy notes. It's going to really touch on dessert flavors mixed with like salad, culinary, beets, vegetal, and I'm going to serve it up. These beautiful frozen coops. And very quickly, could everyone clap while I try and get these perfect wash lines resolved? I swear, it's not remembering your lines, it's technique with these guys, I swear. Whew. A little short, that's okay. Going to pour a little bit back in the tin just to balance it out. Now, there is 2 more things I have to say. One, the name of my cocktail, which is called Beat, Pray, Love. And 2, I'm a dessert first kind of lover. So I'm going to finish the aromatics with a spritz of vanilla bean, cacao, and vodka. So there you have it. That's time. Right on the time.
You're so lucky when you said dessert first. It's like, so you finish first?
The answer to that question is yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Norbury.
So, since I readjusted the wash times, I added a few little chips.
I promise I will not lose my voice tonight. Maybe, possibly. Okay, so we have Mike Norbury. Did you say $1? Brazil, come on. Okay, so let's start the bidding for Mike's cocktail. $10. $10?
A little bit of cocktail.
20, 25, 30, 80.
Just want to taste the bitter vegetal dessert.
Nick's got 100.
You can, but I want to
Nick wants breakfast in bed with Mike again.
and
Holy fucking shit! 120.
I would hold on to
How many more bits?
drawing
Oh.
them today.
I get so much goosebumps right now. 130. 140. Fucking Jesus. 150. Holy shit. 160. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Sorry, Nick, you don't have breakfast in bed tomorrow.
Would you like to taste
use those ones. Well, that's first back. We did do
Any questions about any of the ingredients?
And then come back and
And that just has a really intense wrap up.
So just one thing, ladies and gentlemen, if you can notice, Harry's wearing a GoPro tonight, so I will be posting this video. And if you ever wanted to know what it's like and what we ever see over the bar while you're bartending,
Who's designing these bars?
I'm allowed to pick on it, but no anybody else is.
Okay, Mikey. You roll that fucker out. Yep. I'm out of here.
Then you can finally start to get a job.
I know, right? But the
Thanks so much. 3 down, 4 to go.
all of my babies, my neighbors, and because I want to
I would say like I wouldn't say it's a dessert. Based off of the jasmine. You guys could eat a big Mary as well.
exactly. Yeah.
Thank you.
But it's just that, like, school right now, before I get the kind of like whatever. Yeah, section 9, it's no, that's but you know what, my sister's pregnant now. And I'm like, girl,
You bring it in and make it.
It's a bit harder when we're both trying to do it.
That's what I studied was finance But it's not something that you think of, and that makes a
Judges, how we looking? How we looking? Have you started finalizing though?
I don't know if you've done it right. I want to see your That's a very knowing dog there. Very knowing.
Who's just married? She says Kate makes the best cocktails.
But then I have a lead on that
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're on to our fourth competitor. We're halfway there. Firstly, everybody who's bought these drinks, you actually have given me goosebumps because I thought that I'd maybe get like $20 a drink for the BBF to like break $1,000. The BBF has been fantastically fulfilling, but also really hard because when you have to read through 170 different stories of people's hardships, especially on the East Coast, it is not the easiest Tuesday night. It's not light reading. So I really, really appreciate everything that you guys have done already tonight. So thank you so much. Judges, I'm going to lengthen this out. If that's okay with you? Is that okay with you, Sol?
You're the boss. You do whatever you want.
Says the wife. And I'm like, I get
Too much transition.
What's she saying?
She makes a good point.
Don't put me in the middle.
I did talk way too much. You know what? I'm going to leave this little part till after Anton. Anton's relatively new to the industry. The one thing I really, really love about everything reopening and basically everything, I was away in 2019, as most of you know. 2020 fucking sucked. So this year has been fantastic in seeing how much great talent we have spread across more bars. There's the gents from Friends of Dorothy who are doing fantastic stuff down on Lower Johnson Street. Obviously, you got Wing Price Mary because I already know they're really awesome, so don't give them a round of applause. Honestly, claim to throw and build such an amazing team. Wing Price Mary. I am stoked and absolutely grateful that I'm back here at Clive's with these two guys. Just everything. I'm going to say this. Harry was 9 when I first took over Clive's in 2009. Kate was 11. So that's nice. It's amazing that I get to see Marley, who, like, I hope I can call myself a mentor, sitting and judging all these bartenders. It takes a little slice of my heart to know that someone's as judgy as I am. And I trained her so well at being judgy. So I'm really, really happy. And if you have been going and visiting bars and restaurants in this last couple of months, you can really see how amazing the talent we have in Victoria. I always think we've peaked, and then 6 months later, a whole new batch of bartenders come out and blow my mind. So that leads my segue into Anton. Anton has taken over the bar at Courtney Room because I sold Harry. So you're welcome.
Thank you.
He was dipping the number 2 forever. But now he's the number 1. Anton from Courtney Room, guys. Thank you very much.
So, hello, my name is Anton, and as you heard, I work at the Courtney Room. Thank you, first, Sean, Clive's judges, for hosting this event and giving me the opportunity to be a part of my community again and compete along some of the best bartenders in Victoria. So, as you guys know, it's Negroni week, and the star of Negroni is Campari. So, Campari. For me, Campari reminds me of the later seasons of the month. It reminds me of Thanksgiving, maybe Christmas. It reminds me of holidays. I think what it really reminds me of is getting together with friends and family, enjoying good food, having good drinks, just having an overall good time. So the warm spices in Campari, such as cinnamon, cloves, there's some orange peel. In my drink, I paired them with an eau de vie from cognac. So that has some woody vanilla spices, and I think those two go beautifully together. I also have lime. So the lime in my cocktail, the Red Lady, because of the Campari, of course, the lime cuts through all those darker notes of Campari and the eau de vie and really shows the florality. I also have an orange liqueur with a little bit of sumac in there and some saline solution. And what that will do is the sumac will bring nice spices, the saline will round out the citrus, and just top that off with a little bit of cane sugar. So let me get some drinks in your hands. Freshly chilled glassware. Star Campari.
I will tell people to be quiet during the presentations. I have no hesitations.
Thank
You
you.
can give me hype though. That's okay.
Hype is fine.
I am pouring out the cognac.
What cognac?
It is Tennessee. Tennessee BS to be specific.
How many competitions have you done, Anton?
This is my second in-person competition. I did.
Okay, give that a
So it's a little nerve-wracking, especially being on all of Sean's big live streams.
You look great. You're doing awesome.
That was the orange. Top it off with a little bit of sea salt solution, so that is a 4-to-1.
And just before that,
Right before that was cane sugar syrup. So I'm gonna ice up these glasses before I start shaking. Got some nice hand cut ice here.
I remember competitions when you didn't have to bring your own ice. Dark, dark days. Dark days.
I remember when that was like the turning point. Like,
I brought my own ice.
yeah.
I think Solomon was first.
Right, let's ice these guys up.
Yeah, John. All right.
All right. Great. Really get that Campari coming through, as Campari is the star of the show. Thank you. Some nice drinks to finish these guys off. Like I said, this cocktail and Campari remind me of the winter and fall months, gathering with friends, Thanksgiving, Christmas. And what's a nice roast without some thyme, eh? So thank you very much, and judges, these are for you.
Oh,
Everybody.
Thank you.
going to the front.
$30.
Jesus.
35.
Whoa! Okay, just chill for a fucking second, will ya? Holy shit. Fucking like rabid animals in the fucking piece of meat that's right on the ground. I just take the breath, take the moment. I'm born to grain steak, so fuck you, Chris. It takes me way longer before I'm born to Negroni steak. I am born to Negroni steak though. Let's talk about 8. We'll get about 8, then I'll get delirious. Okay, so where are we at? So we're at 30, 35, 40. We're at 40 with Joe. 50. 55. 70. 75. 75. 100. Jesus. You take the baller in the back, 100. 110. 110. 120. 150. 150.
175.
Jesus Christ. Holy fuck, 200. Every bartender in the room right now is like, can I go for Wednesday of the friends and Sorry, I'm just 250. 250. 215. 250. 220. 225. 225. 250. 250. Obviously, Daddy needs to get a new job. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, fuck. I don't even know what to say now. I'm fucking speechless. Round of applause for Anthony.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions for me, judges?
Okay, guys, just one thing before we roll to the next guest. Next person. The next person in the meeting is the lovely Cat. So, if service is a little bit slow for the next 15 20 minutes, it's because she's going to be there. Are you good, Harry? Round of applause for Harry.
I'm doing fine too, Sean. Don't worry about me though.
You're number 8. Fuck. When you get to number 8, I'll give you props. Fuck. So needy. Kids these days. You're awesome, Kay. Thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing that in the footage, man. Yes. Hey, Kate. Yeah, Robinson, can't wait for Kate's drink. Always amazing. Judges, have a look at. How you feeling? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to brief you on a little bit more of the judging notes that I'm going to read. So next up we have Kat Sears, Catherine Sears, depending on which social media platform you look at. She is serving tonight. So one thing.
Everybody quiet!
Thank you.
Big fun.
The one thing with being at Clive, we have a very small crew. So when Kath and Cade came to me, was like, we really wanted to penis. I'm like, it's fine, but you also have to work. Like, you're going to be able to like sit in the back in the green room with the other competitors, eating cheese and drinking Negroni. You have to work, and then they're like, okay, we can do that. So I think they should get extra points for that. Solve is a little tight, so I doubt that. So, judging criteria. We're talking about finishing aromatics. Our sensory introduction to the taste of the cocktail. Points for finishing the drink with this in mind. With aromas integrating with or pleasantly contrasting other ingredients. That is worth 5 points. 20 points. This is a big one. Obviously, this is a taste one. This grade balances the intensity and dilution. Points for mouthfeel, mouth weight and feel. And for the balanced flavors, sweet first tart, bitter first sweet. Is it a sweet drink? Is it too sweet or not sweet enough? If it's a savory drink, is the umami mouth-watering or unpleasant? Is the drink thin, rich, unctuous, velvety? Jesus, I need a fucking thesaurus just to read this fucking thing. English is my second language, man. Australian is my first language. Most of these words we don't say in Australia. Velvety, and is this the optimal choice for this cocktail? Now, while Kat's getting set up and calming her nerves, this is one big thing that a lot of competitors, and Solomon judged this competition himself, so he'll remember this one. We had a competitor, he was French Quebecois, and he made a creamy cocktail at a wild turkey competition and won. Which most bars don't serve creamy cocktails because it's a mess and everything else is very antiquated flavor profile, but he won because his story went along with the way that the drink felt. Where it felt in the mouthfeel, the texture, everything. And he won with a creamy cocktail, which I don't think has actually ever happened in Victoria ever since. I think since Eric's creamy wild turkey cocktail, no one's ever won with a creamy cocktail.
It's still one of those moments. It's just like, okay.
We had one with the buttermilk syrup last year,
Yeah.
so that's not.
So that's the thing is like, if you have a reason behind it. And before, Kat, are you ready to go?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do my little judges interview post you. Is that okay?
That's grand.
So has everybody enjoyed getting served by Kat today? Now, Kat came to me, and I've known Kat for a really long time as a wonderful chef and cook in the kitchen at a lot of establishments in Victoria. And she came and she's like, I'm really nervous about applying for a serving position. I've applied for a lot of other places, and a lot of other places have told me they'll get back to me, and they haven't got back to me.
Idiots.
All I can say is, fuck you guys. I'm an amazing server now, and you guys missed out. So on that note, Catherine's ears.
I am obviously what Sean said. I work here as a server, but aspiring bartender. My inspiration today for my cocktail relies heavily on my love for Mexico and Italy. I've spent a lot of time in both, and I wanted to pull my culinary side forward and kind of give you something that was a mashup between everything that I've learned behind the bar and in the kitchen. So diving deep into Campari, there was one thing that really stood out to me, and it was the fact that they used to use the beetles to color it. It is no longer an ingredient that is in Campari. It has since been gone for many years, but Gaspar, I put it in there for a reason. So for me, it was a massive kind of turning point in my cocktail, and like, how can I make this happen? How can I bring like what he was doing? Reading into the beetles a little bit more, I found that they tend to live on the pads of cactus, so like the nopale pads. And then diving a little bit further, the nopale plant has a piece of fruit that comes off of it called the prickly pear. And the prickly pear itself is kind of a little bit hard to find here in Canada and Western Ontario because it grows wild in certain parts. But I wanted to bring that aspect into my cocktail in terms of using the beetle to the fullest extent. So prickly pear was a big part and component in what I was doing. And also, Campari was an elixir. It was one of many that Gaspare had, and it only became extremely popular when his son David started really pushing it, and it's probably one of the most known brands that's come out of Italy. But in terms of the name of my cocktail, which is Color Me Tuna, it sounds a little bit strange, but the reason is in Spanish, Choco no sole, which is basically, it means sour tuna. So, and tuna also translates to prickly pear. So the name of my cocktail, Color Me Tuna, kind of dual meaning, the prickly pear and the color red, which is what Campari is massively known for. So that being said, I'm going to start mixing some drinks. And I am going to start, if I have the right thing, yep. There it is. So I'm gonna go with, it's usually an ounce of Campari, but since I'm doubling up on my drinks right now, I'm going to do 2 ounces of each. My next ingredient is going to be some mezcal. Or sorry, not mezcal, I'm using the Espolòn Blanco tequila. It is nice and it brings out the kind of grassy notes, which I also kind of found is coming out of the actual prickly pear itself. So another ounce of that into, so 2 into each. Also, when I looked it up, I was kind of looking a little bit further into what prickly pear actually tastes like. And a lot of people were saying that it tastes like watermelon and natural bubblegum. So I initially thought, why not make a watermelon juice? And I added a little bit of strawberry into there so that I could actually make it a little bit more distinctive in terms of its fruity notes. And that is about 2 ounces per cocktail into there. So 4 into each shaker. Now that I got that already, I am going to just get my glassware out because I do not want to forget about that, and then I can start my shaking. Thanks for your patience, guys. So in terms of my bubblegum factor of this drink, I made a bitters, and I'm going to be spritzing it on the end. But when I dove a little bit deeper into what bubblegum actually was, it was a little bit hard to bring that to life. So looking into it even more, I have a little bit of experience making some bitters recently, and I grabbed a bunch of things, but in general, the main ingredient that makes it bubblegum-ish is wintergreen. And I don't know if anybody in this room probably has had double bubble or bubble gum. And it is one of the main components of my bitters. All right. Crucial error, folks. I forgot my jam. Ooh, don't want to do that. That's what nerves will do to you. So I'm doing 3 spoons or 2 heaping spoons of jam into each one. Give it a little shake again, make sure we're all right. Okay, we're there. That's good. Thank you.
How many competitions have you done, Kat?
This is my first in-person competition right now. I've done one other one that has kind of been loosely based online, but other than that, I haven't done any competitions in Victoria other than this right now.
And why do you want to bartend?
Because as much as I loved being a chef many years, my love for spirits kind of shifted when I started working for a Cornell wine company. 30 seconds. That's okay. No problem. I'm not stressing. So also for myself, I wanted my ingredients to be sustainable. So I took what I made the juice out of, so watermelon and strawberry juice, and I made a fruit roll-up. I can't. I can't. I'm just gonna borderline to throw them now. Oh boy. Whoop. Yeah, that's not working. Good thing I give you the best one. Okay. And then last but not least, my bitters. Okay, time.
Okay, everybody wait their fucking horses, okay, please? Let me at least put the drink down the bar top before the bidding starts, so I can catch up.
So once it's on the bar top,
So I would say that the best way to drink it would be to smell the this off it and take a sip. And then I meant for them to be edible radishes, so you ordered
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. And I do have one more thing for you.
Next year, we're doing paddles. We're doing paddles next year. It's not $10. Okay, whoa. Fucking Jesus, what the fuck? Sure, hard. 110. 110. 150. 175. 200. 200. 225. I got 225 with the FOD, gentlemen. 240. 240. 250. 260. We have 260 down the price today. 275. Oh! 275. No what? Good place. Joey, and again, first of all, how they stop. Come down, drop your resume off. Obviously, bank tips in that place.
Kat,
Yes.
your cocktail just beat out. It's just tops
At 275.
Well, no, and when I taste the beer, it's exactly right.
You're next, right? No, I'm not giving you Just let me know when it's on. Yes, you just raised $275 for the BBF. And Cara McLeod commented, "You got this, girl." Usually it's like so yeah, it's like, well, like when me and Sol, like Sir.
Hi, Mom. How long have I got, Sean?
Cookies, or is that just like a?
No. Let's do, I don't know why.
Did you make those? Did you make those?
I got them specially made.
Okay, well, thanks.
No, I was like, I'm like, I don't want to. Yeah, they're really well done. Yeah. No, I wasn't gonna give it to
all over.
You know what?
At least I put it as over for
Patrick Simpson says, "Oh, the Bud Light, please." Fuck you, Patrick. That's my brother. You be nice to him. We like one too. It's like one. Whitney Simpson is not my thumbnail. Ladies and gentlemen!
I'm so curious to see what you guys have.
Don't touch me, sir.
I want to spill tea.
Probably not. No, pocket over. You guys are fast. We're waiting for the esteemed Soul and Seagull to get back. I'm curious, there's a few people in this room. Who was here in 2009 when Cocktail Culture in Victoria started? Mr. Kerridge, Mr. Mayor, Brian Newman, no you weren't. You just took it over from 2012 to like 2017. Yeah, then you retired, and you went back to making food, which I have no idea.
John, we were drinking at your bar. Does that count?
In 2009?
Yeah, right here.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't remember me.
She was.
The customer's
I
always
was-
right, Sean.
I had a horrible drinking problem in 2021. But Victoria's cocktail culture has changed dramatically over the last decade. Solomon Siegel, I will testify that he opened the very first cocktail bar in Victoria in 2007? 8? 2008. I was still working at Malton Restaurant on the corner of Vancouver Place. I sold Solomon my muddlers in 2008. That was the first time Solomon and I met. When I was peddling my muddlers around town and everywhere else in the country. It's okay, buds. You're going to be front and center. Don't worry. There you go.
Just say hi to my mum. It's 4 a.m. in England and mum's tuned in. So everybody say thanks, mum!
Okay, let's do this properly. Everybody say, hi, mum!
Sick. Don't have to buy her a birthday present.
The first night that Solomon's opened, Solomon and I got into a vicious argument, as we do, about the gimlet. Because that's what friends do. I obviously won, as I always do. We've had many vicious arguments about everything from ice, dilution, freezing points, whiskey, absinthe. Absinthe in the taxi. Last trip we went to Tales of the Cocktail, we argued about absinthe in the airport.
We didn't argue about it.
You told the story like 3 times, I was done.
Someone asked a question.
If you're ever in a cab with Solomon and you want to ask a question about alcohol, please don't. Especially if I'm in a cab with it, because I've already heard the story like a fucking million times. And it's going to be a very horrible cab ride for myself. It's very selfish, I get it. I don't care. I do want to say thank you very much to our judges. Adam Price, thank you so much for being here. Adam always dipped his feet from like having a real job and being a real boy to being a bartender and being a fantastic bartender, and eventually he will understand that it's just good to be a bartender and you should just stick to it. You're feeling that way now, aren't you, buds?
That's why I'm here.
Yeah. If you ever sat at the bar at Cenote in 2017 to 2019, you probably would have been served by Adam. Where are you going to sit? Where are you going to be next time?
Probably more of that, and I don't know. We'll keep it a mystery for now.
Okay.
It is a mystery for now. I'm hiring.
Solomon is hiring, so he'll have to get in line behind Friends of Dorothy. Seriously, guys, I just want to go work with you guys. And of course, Mally Baxter. One of the most talented bartenders I've had the fortune to work with, honestly. But that's not all about me. It really is. But right now, I've got to host this competition, so I'm going to have to plug someone else. Who is as tall and skinny as I was in 2006. It's like looking into a mirror, even a faux hole. If you knew me in 2006, you'll exactly know what I'm talking about. It's like looking into a skinny faux hole mirror of myself.
A little less ear.
Oh. I just gave you a compliment. I'm not sure how to take that. But ladies and gentlemen, the epitome of a free agent in Victoria right now. Ryan Simpson. Hey.
Sean's going to hit it, and then we go.
Yeah.
We go?
I got it.
You got it?
I got
it. It's a great start. Everybody's happy. So, hi everybody, thank you so much for coming. You've had the pleasure of seeing. Thanks, hi. My mum's watching at 4 a.m. That's good. We've had 5 bartenders come before me, and I felt like leaving after seeing the first one. So we'll just give it a go and see what happens. So what I've decided to do is use my expertise. I've been around the world and working in all kinds of places. The best place that I worked was actually Zuma in Hong Kong. And that's a Japanese restaurant, one of the top 25 at the time. It was a great place to be. I learned so much. So what I'm going to bring you today is a Japanese-style Negroni. And we're going to start with a little bit of clear ice. So here's some I made earlier. I've got a little bit of hand sanitizer on my hands ready to go. It's a gin hand sanitizer made by Sheringham Distillery. Props to Sheringham. So at Zuma, what you had to do was log 30 hours a month of clear ice playing. You just had to play with ice for 30 hours a month. And so that's something that I learned that I feel like people here would like to learn from me. One day, I'd love to help. So what we start with is one of these, a big chunky cube, and we want to make it one of those. So you start by taking the corners and the edges off. Thanks, Sean. Better late than never, right? Round of applause for Sean! So if you ever sit at the bar, it's an immersive experience. There's a little bit of this.
Hand sanitizer isn't necessary. So the Japanese bartending style is something that I've always thought was really cool. As one of those bartenders that came through nightclubs and all kinds of stupid places where there's no rules. You do whatever you want. To see so many rules in place as a Japanese bartender, like the linear pouring style where nothing goes through the center, everything goes through the center line, nothing could be skew-iffy. I'm pouring things like this, I've had a long day, it's difficult. You got to try and stay on your center line. And that's something that I really thought was, hey, one day I might try that. And I thought that would be a good time. So I'm going to smash some ice to pieces for you. And for these beautiful judges here who build up some water. Good stuff. Everybody else think they look good tonight? So as a bartender, our whole job is to just chat to people and make them feel comfortable, and make them feel like they're having a good experience. And what kind of experience would it be if it wasn't something you could really get into? So the Japanese, oh, is it ruined your sheet? Oh no, Mike got a 0 for mine. So while we're on the subject of Mike Norbury, he's the only person who managed to name drop me before I began. He said, and I quote, you can't make a Negroni without Campari. I love Campari. Campari is fantastic. It makes the best Negroni you can possibly make. But I took that as a challenge. So I did put a Negroni without Campari on one of the menus. Yes, Brian Hunt may have hated me for a while, but thanks for bringing that up at a Campari competition, Mike Norbury. Thanks so much, Mike. So my cocktail tonight is going to have a little bit of Japanese influence in the sake. I've gone with a Junmai sake. That means that it's had at least 50% of the rice whittled away already. So it only has at least 70% of the best stuff left on the bottom and less starch inside it. So the Junmai sake is going to really go well with that Campari. The Campari's got a lot of bitterness, and what you really want from your cocktail with a Campari in it is the bitterness and something else. It's bitterness and sweet, or it can be bitterness and umami, and that's what I've gone for tonight. The cocktail is called Umami, Always and Forever. And if you know that song, okay, nobody knows that song. That's all right. I got my own music playing tonight, and it's going to come up soon. So Umami, Always and Forever. That's good. Some cocktails. Number 1 is Campari, 2 ounces in 2 drinks, so 1 ounce per drink. I don't do cocktail competitions, as you can tell with the shakiness. Everybody else has said that line already. It's not funny anymore. Add a little bit there. Spilly, did you know that's funny? All right. So we got Campari. That's number 1. I decided, as other competitors have done, to make a little bit of a blend of spirits and vermouth. That's my homemade ingredients. Is spirits and vermouth. This is a blend of Japanese gins. The Japanese gin scene's been really big recently. This has got Nikka coffee gin and a local Sheringham Kazuki gin. It's an ounce of the mixture, which is half and half, so it'll have a half ounce of each of those. Stuff. And then we have a vermouth blend, and as we've already heard from one of our competitors, blending vermouth helps to sort of bring in a lot of different flavors. So I've gone with a Torino vermouth, which is the Antica formula. I like the viscosity of it. I like how it's got a lot of mouthfeel. It's going to give the drink a little bit more body because I'm adding a little bit of sake in there, and that's going to take away from that body. So this is the sake I've gone with. It's Koziamon. It's a Junmai sake, which means that it's got 70% of the outside of the 30% of the outside of the rice taken away, so it's got 70% left, and that's the good stuff. So to be a Junmai, you didn't see that, did you? So to be a Junmai, sake, you need to still have an unfiltered process, and you need to not do anything to it. So some sakes, like a Daiginjo, they will be a blend. This is made as it is, and it's just left the way it is. And then finally, another final Japanese ingredient. This is a rose infused. Make sure I put the right amount in there. That's a half ounce for each one of these. It's a 1/4 ounce per. And this is an umeshu, so it's a Japanese plum wine. This is the song! Thanks, Sean. We're there eventually.
Shall we shut it up?
Yeah, you might as well, if people have never heard it.
I can be Spanish.
Yeah, so this is a Japanese plum wine. Sorry, I'm not putting it near you. And it's infused with rose. The plum wine's going to give it like 2 minutes left. Can't I just go home now? All right, so let's put some bitters in there. We're putting 3 drops per cocktail. So that's 6. That's 6. Hey, this is stressful. So in there you got a delicious cocktail. So this is the Japanese umami bitter. So this cocktail is going to have all those Italian blends of delicious bitterness, and you got a little bit of sweetness. It's going to be kind of a roller coaster, and at the end you want that umami, you want that savory. So this is essentially if miso soup was a bitters. It's got so much flavor in it, but the bitterness doesn't really come through. You get your bitterness from your campari. Take a drink. So we're going to do one at a time here. Inside here, you don't need to stir it for too long. Guys, I'm not shaking. Who's that doing the jacket? Pour it across here. So wash lines was the thing. As soon as the judges came along and said, you got to make sure you, oh, hey, don't look at that. The judges came across and said, wash lines are real important. You got to be careful. But then I realized that I was going to have different sized ice cubes in each one. Let's just see if we can make a drink here. Oh, no, they're too big. Should I go home now?
That's what she said.
We got one more to make. So this is my first competition. Can you tell? You need some more? And if anybody wants to adopt me, it seems like my mum's going to put me up for adoption for waking her up at 4 in the morning to watch this train wreck. How many? I've got 8 minutes left. All right. Thank you. All right. Look at that. That's exactly what I wanted.
Wendy Simpson says you're cut off.
Yeah.
Don't expect to pay your rent next month.
Thanks, Mum. So I could do the orange peels and stuff, like the aromatics on this drink alone. You don't need it. It's a really, really aromatic drink as it is. But what I decided was to bring a little bit of Ryan, and if anybody knows me and I sit in their bar, Ryan likes to drink his Negroni and Coke. Negroni and Coke. So, for the judges, we have, instead of having a little sake with your beer, we're going to have a little Coca-Cola. It's cute, right? How long have I got left? Doesn't matter much. Look at that. So Harry, can I borrow you for a second? So these are all the same size. I'll move these ones over here. If you want to pass this one to Sean. See, these are the same size. He's just really small. Now the idea of having your Coca-Cola with the Negroni, you're gonna want to drink the Negroni. It's gonna have these delicious umami flavors. It's gonna really take a while for all of the different complex flavors to hit. Give it like maybe 10 seconds after you drink it, and then try the Coca-Cola afterwards. It's so easy.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate free agent, Ryan Simpson. So before I start the auction, Ryan did actually message me on Facebook. He was like, so, I'm not competition. Win Quest Mary team, I swear. Clayton, sort your shit out. Okay, we can do that. Everybody playing Clayton for the next half hour, 45 minutes. So, Ryan messaged me on Facebook and he's like, so, cocktail competition. I'm like, so? You're either going to enter or not enter? It's like, well, I want to know some shit. And I'm like, it was like earlier this week, I was already in the middle of events. And he came to most of the events and he like walked in sheepishly. He's like, so, cocktail competition? I'm like, do you want to fucking do it or not? And he's like, yes. I'm like, okay, so I can sign you up. And he's like, what do I have to do? I'm like, a fucking cocktail competition.
So as you know, with Sean Sewell, that is obviously not what happened. Me and a couple of other bartenders seeing him post saying, oh, we haven't got enough people, we need somebody to jump in. A couple of people messaged and said, hey, I'll help out if you need somebody. If not, I'd rather not get up in front of a load of people, sweat my face off, and do something stupid I've never done before. I'd rather not. But if you need somebody, I'll help out, no problem. And then when we came to do the Makers Mark meeting the other day, Sean went, "You doing it or not?" In front of everybody. That's so aggressive.
Everything before that was true. That part actually was true. I just find public humiliation is a really good form of motivation and makes people do shit they don't want to do. And
I'm here. It worked.
And look, it worked. So, here's your fucking phone.
Oh, thanks, mate. Oh, God.
So,
Yes, mate.
Yeah, try this.
So,
let's start the video $10 from Ryan's Hot September. 10, 20, 35. Not only. Ryan.
Like, do mommy's easy.
Okay, $80. Oh! You know 80's bigger than 8, right? So this man, he needs to like some money and nothing's a shit. So $80. Here we go. 100? 110?
Let me get you
110? 120? 125? 125? 150? 175? 175? 200? 200, Brian Newman. Brian, you understand what $200? $200. Just shaking my itchy right side. 202. Okay, 210. 210.
Yeah.
There is
Science.
We got 1 for Max. 220. 220 for Dave.
Is that all? Come on, guys.
We got 1 for Dave. 220. Oh!
And I'll give you some of the sake too.
Okay, we're going 230 for Dave. Once.
240.
Okay. You really want a good caller, don't you? 240. 240 for Bex. Once. 240 for Bex. Twice.
I'll give you $10.
240 for Bex.
You can add your work. Yeah, I'm looking. Taking more than it should take. Thank you. Sweet. Thank you.
Are you picking up on that? Or?
I mean, it's only an older so I feel like people should like the floor
I see.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna cancel her beer. People get around here. I'm gonna get I still need the bring me
We should kind of like this spray and stuff. I know. Reverse machine, don't do it. There you go. What did you just do? There's only a couple. It's a car, right? It's a car. You lost it. It's a car. All my answers are Z's. Is that it? Just the way it is. Saka? Saka. Yeah, that's all you. Yep. You can put Harry. Can you just show G where the ball spouts are, please? We should have a few extras looking about.
I just want to make sure that you can figure
No bread, but fantastic.
Judges, how we doing? Judges. Yes. Look at that pretty face of yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are on to our second last competitor for the night. Now, if you've ever done a comparative Negroni competition in this venue, you know that second last competitor usually is around about 10:45 in the evening. Luckily enough, I can still go home and watch Grey's Anatomy. I don't watch Grey's Anatomy. That's my complaint. There you go. Guys, I want to thank you so much for showing up tonight. I really appreciate it. It has been hard to the hospitality industry. I know there's bartenders in this room, there's servers in this room. And sometimes we are people. We are people. We are people. We are people. And we need.
You're a lizard person.
Hey?
You're a lizard person.
We need fantastic people like yourself sitting at our bars, sitting in our restaurants, sitting in our bars and restaurants. I don't know. Am I 7 Negronis deep yet?
Yeah, no.
6?
And a half.
Oh, can you do my 5th, 6, please?
John, I can't serve you.
Just give me my fucking Negroni. Harry, don't drop your resume up for Friends of Dorothy. They're full of false promises. False promises. I just want to thank everybody because a lot of you guys are part industry, part regulars. You guys come to some of our industry seminars, which I absolutely adore. Some of you come to general public stuff. So you guys are what drives us to be better and sort of push us. I am blown away tonight as one of the old guys in town. I can't say I'm one of the old guys. I'm one of only 2 old guys in town right now. The other one's there. We are the old guys in town. We've been doing this for a really fucking long time. We've gone through multiple art of the cocktails. We've gone through multiple quiet nights where some people will only sit at our bar and will only make $120. I was just talking to Kat earlier. 2009, when I was going to Clive's, I would literally walk out of here with $120 worth of sales on a Saturday night by myself. It is very disconcerting when you're trying to build a cocktail culture and you walk with $25 in your pocket. But you keep going, and I know Solomon's gone through the exact same thing when he had Solomon's. And after that, because he took over the Marriott, Veneto, and it's been a very long, arduous turn. So for me, I'm gifted now that I have the amazing team that I have, and a lot of you guys, When Cries Mary, Friends of Dorothy. Who else we got in tonight?
No, it ain't space.
That's respect right there. Bartholomew's Pub. We have some fantastic venues in town. Cenote, sorry, Scotty. Cenote is doing epic things. If you haven't been listening to what Cenote is doing right now, you're going to miss out on some fantastic deli sandwiches and whatnot. I'm really looking forward to that if I wasn't celiac. But we really should kick off. I've been lucky enough with this contestant in particular. So G was actually in my cohort for class when I went back to college in 2018 to Camosun. I had to do my advanced hospitality training diploma, whatnot. G was in my cohort, and he was a fucking pain in my ass. I would pick him up. I would pick him up in the morning to make sure he wasn't late for class.
That was syrup.
Yeah, but you too. I'd drop him off to make sure that he wasn't catching a bus home.
Your backseat was warm. Yeah, your wife doesn't need to know that.
But I've been lucky enough to see.
Sorry.
I've been lucky enough to see G grow into a fantastic bartender in town. He was a boom bat for a long time, and then we sat down. He made move up to Zambrie's, and then I was running the bar at Zambrie's, which is again one of those things. As a mentor, is like really awesome to see a kid who was absolutely shit at school actually make something fantastic of himself and take over a fantastic bar program. So, without further ado, that was a good intro, right?
Yeah. I can work with that.
Are you going to be okay?
I'm alright.
Okay.
I'm not gonna pee my pants, like I said. I'll shoot the bed.
Jessica from Zambrie's.
I don't know whether I'm going to be loud enough or not, but definitely going to be the only Indian guy at the contest, so I'll take points for that. Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? A couple of drinks down, and a brown guy on the stage pouring some liquor and making some drinks. Fun fact, 2020 was not the worst year. I got the opportunity to work at Boone Batten, and that gave me the opportunity to be here today. I'm representing Zambrie's, but without Vincent, Sean, dickhead. Apart from them, I wouldn't have been here. Well, let's start off with our drink today. My drink of the day, which is missing my syrup. My fault, syrup, please. All right. So this drink is something that touches base with Italian liquor. Britishers who colonized my country. Thank you for that. Scottish, English, and cricket. Now we kick their butt. That's all right. Fall syrup over here. We have 4 components in this beautiful fall syrup. We got apple, cinnamon, saffron, and lovely red dry chilies. Every single one of these components is something with autumn flavor because one of our very favorite dishes is biryani, and all of these 4 are in it. So, without ado, you're gonna see me pour Campari at the end, so don't be perplexed. We're gonna start with the beautiful Bulldog London Dry Gin, amazing botanicals, which includes piney juniper and nutty. What was that again? Angelica. I do emphasis on nutty because of the reasons. We shall see. 125 an ounce. Wild turkey, beautiful Kentucky bourbon whiskey, vanilla, oak, cinnamon, cloves, a lot of notes, Grand Marnier, orange, brandy, cloves, and cinnamon. I can definitely understand that you guys are perplexed because I'm using the same words over and over again. Don't be faltered. Got beautiful fall syrup over here. Lemon juice, freshly squeezed. Amazingly 2-ounce portion by Harry Down. Egg whites, because I'm making a sour. And if it's biryani, when it comes to my city, there is not a biryani without eggs. Another 0.5. All right, time for some bitters. I have to apologize, first of all, because I have pre-batched my bitters. So made 48 dashes, 4 dashes of autumn bitters, 4 dashes of chocolate bitters, 2 dashes of cardamom. What am I missing? Chocolate bitters. No. Have I said that already? I have. Amazing ADHD. Thank you. I've been forgetting my arithmetic, so I'm good. Beautiful. Let's dry shake this up. Woo! For those of you who do not know, the background music is Dream Theater, something that reminds me of my childhood because a couple of my beautiful, amazing friends loved rock.
How many competitions have you done?
This is officially my third. I've participated in Made with Love both of the years. First year, it was my second or third week into bartending. It was fun. Well, Made with Love last run was amazingly fun. I came in third. That's all right. Clear, like I have much to say. I'll steal that from you, sorry. Appreciate it. Alright, funny stuff about Campari, what I literally got to know very recently is that the color does not come from oranges. Guess what? It comes from insect, scaly insect. Yeah. It's called cochineal. It has amazing. All right. Carmine is a very beautiful. Oh my God, I'm gonna burn myself. No, don't want to burn that. Not gonna burn anybody. At least try not to. Amazing. So, some cedar smoked Campari glasses that are loaned from Zambri's. Promise you, loaned from Zambri's. Ice cubes that have already been started melting, courtesy to heat and global warming.
What got you into bartending?
You.
That's not true.
It is true.
No, it's not.
Well, in my 11th grade, I had amazing friends who chose to drink and drive. And guess what? The bartender was one of my friends. Tragic. Well, I'm pretty sure people have heard that in India people die every day. Yeah, they did rest in pieces. It's a sad story. But what came out of it was my realization that my mother never wanted me to bartend anymore. Vanilla. But I met him at class and he told me that he has a lot of things that he works on, but he's not perfect. He looked perfect from outside. And thank you to you, which encouraged me into doing something that is definitely not I would like to do. Thank you. Time for some Campari. Well, the whole scenario I thought it would be like a New York sour, but Campari is quite dense and heavy, so it's going to sell at the bottom. The whole point of this beautiful drink is that to express the love for my culture, express the love for Canada. I literally had to learn English to come to Canada. It's not a joke. Promise you. So I'm gonna float 1.25 ounces. Well, not float. Let it sink in the bottom. Or at least I'll try to. Yeah. That didn't work out so well.
That's fine.
Well, I have to finish this drink at least. Thank you.
I appreciate the music shows.
Yeah.
Bonus point.
There goes the 25 ounces. I've got too fast. Just gonna finish this off with some dehydrated orange, grated nutmeg, and orange zest. This is an interesting body to work with. I have to be taller about this thing.
You have to be this tall to work at Clive's.
Harry.
Sorry.
I don't know how you do it.
It's good looks. That's pretty much it. That's what
Makes
got him
sense.
over there.
Makes sense. Just gonna toast this zest.
Oh,
All right. That's the story I had to tell. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Jeets.
Well, talking about it was not really expectedly kind of slower, but that's all right. Thank you so very much.
Okay. For Jeet's third cocktail competition cocktail, we're going to start the builds at $500. Let's get off. $10. 10, 20, 30, 30, 50, 50, 75, 100. Sorry. Wing guys, ma'am, ignoring you tonight. 125. Who said 150? 175. 175. 200. Oh, no, she got joined first. 250. Oh, Jesus. Fuck. 220. 250. 275. 280. 300.
That is 15,000 Indian rupees, by the way.
325.
That's a lot.
320. 322. 322. 325. 330. Fucking Jesus. 350. 350.
No shit.
I like how you look at credit. You put this on a company credit card? Is it like 425? 425? 425? Go once. Soren. 425. Soren. Twice. 425. Soren!
One thing I have to say, that is 22,000 Indian rupees. God bless you.
Jesus Christ.
Would you like me to take the course?
In a good way.
Thank you. I love you. I love you. I didn't know that.
Whoever bought your drink, who's Bex on table 8, who's Bex, she may have it still on her table. Actually, I guess, it'll be around.
I would really like to know about that.
Soren.
No shit.
Soren and Craig Berry.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, we should go for a walk.
Got all the course lines.
Judges, how we doing?
Where were you? Where's on your breath?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. What are the cool kids hanging out in the washroom foyer? The cool kids are hanging out in the washroom foyer. Is that what it is now? Yeah, I'm talking about you, Kat. I'm talking about you, Kate. I'm talking about you. You're welcome. So we have two more things to talk about judging score sheet. And I actually want to talk to the judges a little bit because Adam came back to Victoria, which is fantastic for all of us. It is. It was a compliment. It wasn't backhanded. It was like Adam came back to Victoria and there was no backhand on it. Solomon is Solomon. Which is great. Thank you. To be honest, regardless of all the shit I do, Solomon is the reason we have great cocktails in Victoria. This is not an understatement. There is no other reason in Victoria without Solomon we would not have what we have now. I want a big fucking round of applause. Really, like, he's mentored myself. We've worked together as best friends, and to explore what we've done in Victoria over the last decade, I don't think I could have done by myself. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Awesome, always subtle champ. But also, people like Dan Pollock, who has literally been sitting at the bar. Dan Pollock! I remember having a conversation with Dan in like 2008. He's like, you know what, man, I travel to New York all the time. This is exactly what Victoria needs. And big reason, he's always a massive supporter for all of us. I want people who always sit at my bar, even if it's dead. That's what we live for. So, and of course Marley, who's one of the younger generation. One of the younger generation, she opened FTW with me, if you remember FTW.
112 days strong.
It's better than 0. So judges, we're about to go into our last competitor. Kate. I'm ready. No, it wasn't that, Buds. Is it your first cocktail competition? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Oh yeah. So judges, starting from Adam, how's the talent been tonight? Yeah, that's you. Adam.
Aside from me?
No. Starting with you.
Okay, what was the question? You're too fast for me, Sean.
We still have that picture.
How's the talent tonight?
Oh, it's excellent. Yeah, this city is definitely like up and coming and constantly pressuring other cities to be better at what they do. You know.
Yeah, we've been up and coming since 2012.
So let's.
I agree. I'm gonna turn the camera.
Oh no, I'm gonna be in it.
No, this one you're in.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Solomon Siegel.
Yes, sir.
Question of the night.
Yes.
Do you feel old?
I'm a year younger than you.
How's the talent for the young bartenders tonight?
I'm so glad I don't have to compete against this guy.
Fuck, so do I.
Yeah.
And Miss Marley Baxter. Hey yo. What do you think of the talent tonight?
I think it's great to see everyone trying it for the first time. Like, I remember the first cocktail competition I did where I knocked a drink over and spilled it all over this bar, and then was very articulate to make sure that the cocktail that I made, Alaminute, did not go to any of the judges. And I pushed it all the way on the other side. That one was for photos. I'm sure my wash lines were off, but, you know, you learn something the more these you do.
How bad did I fuck up, Sol? I actually remember that competition. It was 2016. Yeah. It was a rough year for all of us. Okay, guys. Have you got like a walk-in thing?
Of course I do.
Okay. I want to say he's not mine, but I really am proud that he is. Give me 2 seconds. I'll give you. Can I give you a cue?
No.
Let's get a cue of this out. Don't worry, Sean. I thought this through. Just give me the A-OK.
Seriously, it's like having teenagers.
He was 11.
So before we finish, Kate, give me 2 seconds.
All right.
Okay.
Look at the Columbus act.
I've been working the bar way too much these times. Okay, so last 2 things we're looking at. Taste. Obviously, 25 points. 25% of your grade is taste. I'm going to read something very articulate from Soul. It's going to sound like shit from me.
Simon.
I can actually do that if you want. Points for overall deliciousness, first at the palate, mid-palate flavor, and length and intensity of finish are all components present and accounted for, combined to create a really transcendent, transcendent whole. It's sexual, isn't it?
Not a hole.
And how well is it comparing just 1 + 1 + 3? How was the sponsor or theme ingredients represented? So, the last piece of our puzzle tonight, 25 points, performance, which you guys have seen some epic performances tonight. Yes? Miss Norberry, like everybody, epic performances. We don't just do cocktail competition Victoria, we define cocktail competition Victoria. Can I get a hey yay? Points of confidence, which everybody had. A clear and well-articulated thesis. Engagement with the judges and spectators. Preparation, placement of tools, fluid use of tools and techniques. It's in the abbreviated comments, like it's in brackets. I'm not gonna worry about it. That's why I came third in 2018.
Yeah, mentioned it.
Yeah, I know. I live by my own rules, Adam. Humor, intimate knowledge of ingredients. Again, sexual. What the fuck? Intimate knowledge of the ingredients. Well, I went to bed with this boy last night. It was fantastic. And then it's hygiene. We washed afterwards. And grace behind the bar. So, without further ado, can I get the Rocky style fucking... Have you got it, Harry? Okay. Without further ado, Kate Russell from Clive.
All right. Beach Boys will be coming on shortly. Hello all. My name is Cade. I work here at Clive's. I'm one of the bartenders who's been serving you all night. So let's keep that in mind. After this, I will go back to bartending, so I will be making your drinks. One thing I learned really quick in my life is that if you are ever nervous, first say you're nervous, because then you get rid of that nervousness. Not clearly all the way, sometimes. And 2, make yourself look very uncomfortable, because then everyone thinks it's fun. And that's what's important behind the bar. Perfect. All right, so the drink I have ready for us today is based off of surfing, especially on the west coast of BC. I absolutely love surfing, but the one thing I cannot stand is getting out into the middle of the waves. It is just such a bittersweet experience when you are just so excited to go surfing, and for the first 15 minutes of your trip to say somewhere like Tofino, which is where I go surfing, I am just battling wave. It's hitting me in the face. Every time I get 10 feet, it knocks me back 5. It's just an ongoing battle, and it is terrible. But once you catch that first wave, and you're on it, and you're just riding it in, there is nothing better. It is such a sweet feeling, and you just want to savor the heck out of it. So the cocktail I am making today is a rip on a Negroni, and it is called the West Coast Surfer, hence the wetsuit. I figured if I was going to recreate this drink, I might as well be wearing the same thing I was wearing when I thought of it. So, holy nervous heck. Okay. So for the first gin I'm going to be using, I'm doing a little split on the gin. I'm using Stump Coastal Forest Gin, just because, honestly, when I wanted to create this drink, I wanted to create something that was meaningful, not only for when I was out on the water,
precision. But also when I was just driving there, and one of my favorite drives ever is going through the Pacific Rim National Park. I think it is great, and Stump Gin does a great job of capturing what the Pacific Rim feels like, smells like, and I would imagine tastes like. Unfortunately, having gone there to taste the Pacific Rim National Park, might get in trouble for that. But it is the botanicals in it just do a great job of capturing the natural forest, the grand fir, the bay laurel, the lavender, and the Cascadian hops just do a great job of really make me believe that I'm walking through that forest, and that's something that I really want to be pronounced in this cocktail. So I'm doing 1 ounce in each of these just because it's supposed to be 0.5 of an ounce, but I'm making 4 cocktails for everyone, or for the lovely judges, and 1 for you lucky people. The next gin I'm going to be using is the Seaside Gin from Sheringham. And the reason why I'm using Seaside Gin is because, I mean, you're out in the water, you're getting attacked by kelp, you got to have something in there. So I've got the wing kelp helping me out from Seaside. Just the oh my gosh, I've been practicing this word all week, and it's just not has been the brininess of the wing kelp just makes it feel like when you're tasting this cocktail, you're tasting the sea breeze while you're out in the ocean. Because you don't want to taste sea water, but the sea breeze, nice little touch there. Excellent. So, next, star of the show, we're going to do Campari, of course, as you've heard. Some great things about Campari tonight. One of the things that I really love about this classic liqueur is that just the bitterness really stands out in a cocktail like a Negroni. It comes out with a beautiful red hue. When Gaspare Campari came up with it in 1860, I bet he just looked at the bottle and was just like, that's it, that's the one. Like, that's the color I'm looking for right there. Holy, this wetsuit, I swear I'm not sweating because I'm nervous. This sweatsuit is 1,000,000 degrees and Sean talks forever. So, I'm gonna do 1.5 ounces of Campari, just because with everything that I'm creating, I really want a sweet and savory vibe coming out from it. So I am doing a little bit more just to make sure the bitterness is really pronounced in the drink. Don't want to lose that bitterness. That's kind of the whole experience. While, like I was saying, while you're surfing, it's like even though getting out there sucks, it's kind of the whole part of why you keep going. If everything came easily in life, you wouldn't want to do it very often. So bitterness mixed with the savory and the sweet flavors, just bittersweet experience that everyone loves. Last and not least, for the main liqueurs, I'm using Bianco. Also, I'm kind of talking to them. I hope that's okay with y'all. I'm going to use Cinzano Bianco, mostly because I really, with the savory of the kelp and everything that's going into this product and the bitterness of the gin, I really want something to round out a sweet bitterness, like just combine everything, make it a smooth transition. So I'm using 3/4 of Bianco. And there's also another thing that I wanted with this drink is that the aroma is very delicate, and later on I'm going to be using a little bit of seaweed aroma just to give it a little bit more of a West Coast surfing vibe kick. And I didn't want that seaweed to be overwhelmed with anything, so a delicate aroma from the Bianco is just that perfect medium that I was looking for. These always change up on me. Let's see, Trans-Canada Bitters. So, like I said, I didn't want to just make a surfing cocktail. I wanted to do something about the West Coast. So, with the Stump Gin and the Trans-Canada Miss Better Bitters, oh my gosh, that's a mouthful. It just really comes through well as those foresty notes and taste buds come out. 2 minutes? All right, thank you. So, I'm not using very much because I am using a lot of bitters. I'm using 10 bitters each. And the reason why I say 10 is because I'm doing 2 cocktails. It's actually 5 bitters. But the second set of bitters I'm using is the umami bitters from Mad Lab. The reason I'm using the umami bitters is because when I first was creating this cocktail, I felt like they were getting, or the savory notes that I was really looking for were getting lost in all of the West Coast vibe kind of it. The Campari, the bitterness was too soft, so was too hard, so I wanted something to really balance that out, which is why I went with the umami bitters. That is it. All right, and now we are going to stir the cocktail, as Sean would say, to chill and dilute. Love that. My boss is on TikTok. How about that? Beautiful. me about. Get all your equipment ready.
Beautiful. Cat would never say shit.
Cat would never say anything like that. Couple ice cubes in there because, well, if it's not on ice when you're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, you are gonna freeze like an ice cube. So, fun little thing in there. All right, and last but not least, when we are pouring the drink in, I have a tincture of a roasted seaweed and orange peel spritz that is just gonna go on top, really infuse with the cocktail and give it a nice seaweed forward vibe. So I'm gonna do 5 sprays each. Excellent. All right, I am out of time, but the last thing that I wanted to do for my garnish was add a little bit of seaweed that I collected out in the Brentwood Bay. So this is called bladderwrack. It has healing characteristics into the moisturizer of it. So you're not going to eat it. You're actually going to pop the little pods onto your hands, and it's going to be used as a moisturizer. It's used for inflammation skin and also dry skin. So a little bit of help on that. Excellent. See there. And that is everything I have. Hey, Sean, it's my initial.
I see your initials.
It's my initial. You can have that.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't want to do this before. So, for the players tonight, I obviously, as a host, I recuse myself from any of the process. So, all the actual, like, Harry actually mentored everybody who appealed nice and twice. When I hear about like what Cat wants to do, what Kate wants to do, like I can't hear this. I don't want to hear this. I'm not going to help you. I'm recusing myself from fucking helping anything. I am blown with Cat and Kate, and I can be a proud couple right now, so I'm going to do that right now. So, little story because Kate loves the story and hates it as well. So I was bagging 1,100 dehydrated lemon slices for Wayward, which sounds crazy, but I did that for Wayward a little while ago. And a kid came to my door on a Monday and was like, "Hey, are you the guy I should drop a resume off to?" And I was like, "Do I look like the guy who you should drop a resume off to?" And he's like, "Yes." I'm like, let's have a sit down. And then he go Joe and Clive's.
Okay, first off, he's saying this so casually, like I just came up to him to do this. If there is a guy at the bar at 3 p.m., there's no one in the restaurant, and he's like 6'8" and like standing over you from like 20 feet away, and he asks you a question, if he's that guy, you say yes.
And so his experience has actually been in rhubarbs and like high volume venues. He's never done cocktails before he's been to work Clive. Ever. And so, and judges aren't going to care about this, but last night these two actually did our highest liquor sales at Clive since we reopened last year.
This is boiling.
You can take that off.
Oh, thank God. All right, I'll be back.
So I can be very proud of my team because they've been kind of epic tonight. But everybody has been epic. Everybody's epic. It is fantastic to see young bartenders want to compete because competitions are hard. Who's competed here? Don't raise your hand, Brian. Brian, you win everything. Okay? Lucky dollar Brian. Brian texted me earlier today. He's like, "Can I get tickets now?" I'm like, "Fuck no, Brian. I'm sold out." Guess what? At 4:45, Brian had a fucking ticket because someone canceled. Lucky fucking Brian. Guys, again, we're gonna start it off. Whoa! Fucking just chill your fucking boots, Ryan. Okay. We're gonna start with $10 for Ryan. Yes! Everybody shut up. You're not getting this for $10, champ. $100. $125. Brian, just a second. Actually, no, $100 for Brian. I just want to check what's your budget? As your sponsor for Gamblers Anonymous, I just want to make sure that I want to make sure you're not paying on things you can't pay for. So it comes back to me. Okay. $100 for Brian. 125. 150. 175. 175. Two for Brian. 225. 225 for Dave. 230. 250. We're at 230 now. 250. 250. That's for you guys again. 260. 300. Yeah. 300. 302. Daddy Turkey really wants to cocktail tonight. He hasn't been served anything all night long. He's like, I just want a fucking cocktail, guys. I know you get busy. I know Kat's competing. I know Paige competing. I just want a cocktail. How much is it going to cost? 302 for Dave. 320. 322. 322. 322 for Dave. 330 back there. 350 today. 355. How much? 357. 357 today. Last cocktail of the night, guys. Unless you want me to get up and do a black ball competition straight up, and we can like that. I can apologize to Lori for you tomorrow. 400. Down. 400 days. Once. Twice. Hey, can we just get all this cleaned up?
Lobby?
No, you guys want beers or anything?
Yeah.
Schlagers? Seagulls? Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm so tired. Bye. See you later.
Can you bring my wetsuit home too? Just give me 1 second.
No, I know.
I don't want to wear my mask anymore.
Yeah, you hot?
I'm so hot.
Oh, just give him the box. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. The judge is going to deliberate. So, we're going to do a black box competition right now. With Brian and I. Masters division? Should we not do this? Do it. Back. So the judge is going to take probably like 15-20 minutes to deliberate, so we've got a pretty quick timeline here. Boys, you okay with a couple people behind the bar just mixing around? Sure. Yeah? Okay?
Can I join the black box challenge?
No. Couple of years, champ. Couple of years, I'll give it to you.
What about tomorrow?
Couple of years. So, Brian Newman. Whoa, good stuff. Brian?
Still never got my last name right.
I see the fucking accent. Newman, I don't fucking know. Somebody think you want to? Yeah, I do. Like when my wife brings in a new ham and shopping and say, "Oh, it's a ham." Okay. So, I'm gonna give it to you, lovely folks. We're gonna talk about a base spirit. Obviously, Campari is the bittering agent, and then a modifier. We're gonna go strict Negroni competition style. I have a shit ton of stuff on my bar. So much stuff. So, you got this. Get the fuck out. Are you good for this? Right?
Yeah.
It's a trap. He's making up the rule.
Remember what I said earlier? Like, public humiliation is a great literally the epitome of this right now. So, we're going to get Campari. Eastville. Oh. Pisco, Campari, and the Kina Rouge. I need to get at the table. So, now I'm fucking nervous. I'm like, this could really fucking me ass right now. This is my compliment. This is not like judge, right? So, the judges.
Can I judge?
The judges are Harry.
Your employees gonna judge you.
Wait a second. Okay, I'm gonna sell this right now. G. If my drink sucks, would Harry say it's good?
No, definitely not.
There we go. No.
Who's trying to take drinks away from Harry right now?
I truly believe in transparency, so my team will call me out on my shit any time of the week. And trust me, they do. On a regular fucking basis.
Now, on the other hand, I would tell you.
Fuck you.
Excellent.
Okay, firstly, if I pick anybody else, it was like, oh, but he wanted to do it 2017. Like, everybody's went, okay, sorry, done. Okay. No, fucking Brian didn't get it. Mikey Norberry.
Alright, let's judge, boys.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to throw a fourth there. I'm throw a white card there. Kate. Oh, yeah. You guys fucking. Oh, everyone's like, oh, yeah. She doesn't know me from shit. Take the motherfucking wild card and all of this. She goes, you're welcome. She goes, fuck you guys, this cocktail shit.
I believe that.
We're going to do 4 judges, which is very odd. We're going to do Kate. Okay, Brian. Put your hand. You have 10 minutes. I'm going to give you time. I'm going to go completely calm.
Yeah, me too.
You thought you'd intimidate him. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. Okay, where are the judges? Kat. Kat. Can you be fair? Can you do all the beers out to the lobby? And then can we clear that off?
Yeah. Here's are the judges in the lobby.
Yeah, they're right. You can see one of this. And then clear all that off.
Behind the bar, you can't get me out.
Okay, so judges, unfortunately, you're going to share this judging sheet. That's all I got. Okay? So you're going to have to get a piece of, I'll get you a piece of French paper. So fucking like judging can we get all this clear off?
I don't even see. Do we need to get rid of these?
It's okay. You can put it on my lap.
Someone turned off my phone.
Tension mounts. What I'm feeling. We'll take it. Thanks, G.
I did, but I didn't tell anyone.
Brian. You complete that first hits. We have Cisco, Campari, Pinot Rouge is in the well.
You should have stayed in that wetsuit.
I was like, wow, I'm really nervous. I'm sweating a lot. And then I'm like, oh wait, it's because I'm in a wetsuit.
Between him and Dave, and then Josh at the bar.
I'm working
Yeah, you know, yep.
Oh shit, we need another.
I'll get you like multiple piece of paper.
Just give us blank sheets. We'll judge how we want.
I don't like the way Sean smells today. Okay, nice to meet you.
Very important.
Best contact option.
Everything Tuesday multiple drinks.
We're gonna see back here.
Oh,
spicy. Yeah.
I'll be not
Like bitters or
I'm great.
So Brian,
Also, Sean.
5 identical drinks.
what's that?
5.
Make 5?
So Philip Douglas.
I'm the auctioneer. I'm not the
I'm gonna steal this concept and I have a meeting with many people tomorrow. They don't want to do crowds because actually this is working so well. And the option is they work with bartenders for demo and fun. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna replicate this event in fucking
Like fucking mental.
No, I'm
Are you doing
replicating
shots
this
right
event
now?
in, like, probably a month.
No, like,
I want to do it.
So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to MC my own podcast on the show. As I do with you anyway. Brian, what was last time you competed?
the last comp?
Yeah.
Knob Creek in Vancouver.
Oh, so 2016.
No, in Van. So like 2018.
Oh. Brian's come out of retirement for 3 years. Mine was world class.
No big deal.
You can be real nimble with me, bro.
You know what though?
I'm not intimidating.
I won mine. It was fun. That was fun.
Yo. I do.
What time? I gotta.
Sorry, I'm coming.
I know.
I'm in the way.
I'm gonna get.
I think we should do 1 to 5.
Is there any like spritzes back here or anything like that?
In the box. Hey, Kate, yo, show Brian where all the expressions are in the box there. That one's really good.
Sherry. Yeah. Oh, like on the bar.
Look at that slur! See that show? $10.
Sherry.
$12.
How much to take your shirt off?
Thank you.
If there's one near you.
Do you have a menu for?
I need a fresh one of these.
Why?
Because I started writing my own judging criteria.
Just silence.
So we're just gonna do the same one.
Somebody take everybody else to sit down.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so my presentation.
We can do it from that side.
Yeah.
I know you can, I just like, I know it's like the big one. There's 2 of them on their stage.
I don't know if you're like watching it on it, just turn around. I know.
Where's the Esquimalt?
We go through a ton of it, so it's fresh.
Fuck yeah.
We go through a bottle a week on both wells, so it's very fresh.
Parents, did you enjoy the chicken sandwich?
My mom just said
Just in case you're wondering, I've got one of those largest bottoms and they're bigger than Wes. Go to it.
Do you want me to sub in for MC to introduce you? Do you want me to sub in for MC to introduce you?
Hey Harry, where will the NTOs go? NTOs.
Other one. Or we might
Choose them all.
we might have used it all. We don't have it again here.
His whole plans are ruined.
I guess so.
You were wanting to take my butt to be that hard, weren't you?
I wasn't. But it is. All right. Do you have any other fresh fruit like raspberries or like anything? All right.
We have fresh grapefruit, oranges, lemons, and limes.
All right.
Yeah, so much.
I have a cacao spritz.
I guess we're used to.
I have a cacao spritz.
Like raspberry syrup, a few things is actually like champagne acidified pig jam. It's the acidified tree syrup.
All right, gentlemen, ready?
everything comes through this big team, right? On everything, like the other systems. Yeah.
This is why Sean wanted to have this competition here.
I mean, do you have like some mango and some pineapple juice in the fridge?
No, I was more looking for like modeling for like viscosity.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Your main starting point.
I think so.
The cheese line?
No, we need to
Yeah, thanks a lot. How are we looking? Everyone's ready?
Almost. And then you guys choose to order?
Yep.
No, just making sure. Where's the
I wanted to do it this year.
How are we feeling?
Hey, who's doing the absent?
It is a sweet thing. This is my first time seeing him. I haven't met him yet, but he did a great job. He's watching like personality.
Do you have a sweet shirt?
No, the Fino, the Amontillado, and the medium. I got some crystal cream.
Do you?
Yeah.
That's the shit. I like sweet shit. You know me. I like my sweet shit. You know where I put your jigger? Oh, no.
Oh, hey.
So this?
This one is
All right, I'll make, how many? 4, right? 4? 5. And then, I need glassware. It's 5.
Like old fashioned.
No, I'll do up.
Okay, so in the fridge.
Yeah.
Nick and Norris, small cubes, whatever you want.
Done.
Ladies and gentlemen! I do want to say a super egotistical to announce my own fight, but I'm gonna fucking do it anyway. Soren said he was gonna do it for me, but I was like, no, I'm good. I love you, buddy. Brian is the most formidable foe I would ever meet.
I'm very formidable. Nice to meet you all.
I'm your hype guy, buds.
I need an ice scoop.
There should be an ice scoop in the well.
It's right by the knife, where the knife was.
Oh. Where the knife was.
Okay, so how many cocktails deep for you tonight?
Oh man. And convened together?
Yeah. No, how many cocktails have you had tonight?
Oh, 4. None of them were that expensive though. I feel like I got a really good deal, actually.
I'm at 8. Okay, so I'm eating Negroni deep.
If you do the math, it's about equal.
Okay.
So wait.
I thought I wasn't supposed to actually tell you. So
are you full? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I saw him at parts earlier.
Are we at 6?
I was just. We're just spitballing. We're just spitballing here. It's neither here nor there. Nobody cares. They don't care.
Oh, they do.
No, you don't care. They don't care. Nobody. It's like care. Like, yeah. Nobody cares.
So Brian and I have never actually competed against each other. Ever.
This is
So I will come down there and fucking slap the fucking dumbass. Rosalie. Oh, it's Mr. Man? And yeah, your Scott Lansdowne impression's like on point. We actually never competed against her. By the time that Brian started competing, I was judging and hosting and whatnot. So, this is our first Black Box competition. This is fucking mental, actually. You good?
Yeah. Oh, I'm just doing my thing. Don't mind, man.
Just restocking your bar.
Yeah.
Just came my magic box out.
I'm organizing.
So, our esteemed judges for this evening's Black Box. Literally, the judges are out there like, we're done. Yeah, like, oh, no. Me and Brian are going to do something like, something else. Oh, okay. I'm like, you guys just stay out here. I'll come get you, okay? Just hang out here. So, our esteemed judges tonight, Miss Kate. Yeah. Our very first competitor tonight, Mr. Mike Mulberry. Our third competitor this evening, Mr. Soren. Who really needs no introduction whatsoever. He's epic. Win cries Mary. And then, who I like to call my protege / Padawan. If he was a little bit taller, I'd call that. Okay, so just so you know, he was talking like that, and then he gets really close, and his clothes are really fucked up. Like, he'll neck a fucking coat like that, and be like, I can't close properly. But I'm very proud and a little scared that my protege is going to judge me. I'm not sure if I want to do this anymore. I'm not sure if I want to do this anymore. He can lose all respect from me. Like most of the people in this room. But my right hand here at Clive right now is Harry Tam.
Yeah!
And I'm very pleasantly grateful to have him hang out because it's very rare that you have someone who's done, Sean, I'm going to get here before you and start prepping. And I'm like, motherfucker! Like, I want to sleep in with my wife, you douche! Like, he did text me this morning when I was still lying in bed. I'm like, fuck you, you young bastard. I'll be there at 1. It's true, right? Yeah. Without further ado, my nemesis. My equally drunk opponent.
Maybe.
Maybe. There's a possibility.
We don't know.
BMIs, and you started including
No
BMIs.
no one's keeping a tally here. No one knows.
Brian Newham.
Welcome everyone. Thanks so much for hanging out and putting up with this bullshit. I know the judges are deliberating. Usually it's like this quiet part where everybody sits down and they pretend they're not drunk and order more drinks and get cut off, and then it's this whole messy situation after the fact. But it's not happening right now. It's me, and I'm not cut off yet. So I'm like. So what we've decided to do is make a drink, obviously in lieu of any other bartenders coming up on it's me. I'm gonna make you a drink. We're using Pisco as the base spirit. It's Negroni week. Campari is kind of the theme of the whole party here. But we decided to go with Pisco. And you know what? Pisco is one of my favorite spirits. I don't know. Does anybody not know what Pisco is? Raise your hand. All right. So Pisco is it's brandy. So it's a grape based spirit. So basically you take grapes, mash them all up, you make wine, and then you distill it. And all of a sudden you end up with Pisco. One of my favorite Piscos in the world is Gobernador. It's got this super delicious soft pear flavor that I absolutely fell in love with the first time I ever had Pisco. So I'm gonna start with 1 ounce per cocktail of Gobernador Pisco. Gobernador actually means governor, and the guy on the front of the cover of this bottle actually is the governor of, what is it? Chile. And basically his job back in 1862 was to ride around on a horse with a carriage and make sure everybody knew what Pisco was. So I'm here to remind you that it's delicious. So next ingredient, we're gonna go a full ounce each of Campari. Campari's awesome. Campari's from Italy. It's bitter, it's sweet. Everybody knows things that are bittersweet. Heartbreak, love, music, fucking blah, blah, blah. So we're gonna go. Yeah, we're gonna go a full ounce each of Campari. This bottle's nice and drippy, so we're actually adding a little more, and I'm actually probably gonna add a little more. It'd really be rude not to. Campari is the star of the show, right? That's why we're all here. There's a $1 per cocktail getting donated this week, and that's pretty fucking amazing to me. So next we're gonna go with the Esquimalt Quina Rouge, local vermouth, delicious. If anyone doesn't know what vermouth is, the word vermouth comes from the German word Wermut, which means wormwood. And so wormwood is one of the main ingredients in making vermouth. So it's the bittering agent of vermouth. So we're gonna add a full ounce to each cocktail. Actually, we're gonna add just under that. It doesn't matter. We're just I'm gonna add a little bit of one of my favorite ingredients is in cocktails is Harvey's Bristol Cream Cherry. Everybody's like, oh, that's my grandma's dusty old bottle that's been in the cupboard for fucking 20 years and blah blah blah. You know what? It's delicious. And when I was 12, I got drunk off it too. So, gonna go a half ounce-ish each cocktail for that too. Also, I'm gonna take the Miss Better's green strawberry bitters. Awesome. You know, they're honestly some of the flavor notes that I get from Gobernador really play well with the green strawberry bitters. Like it gets this like dry, like it's like chewing on the bad end of a strawberry in a good way. Yeah. So I'm gonna make the drink taste like that. Yeah. I'll go, probably a little bit too much, but that's okay. But the next ingredient, because this drink actually I haven't even said yet, this drink is called Pisco Inferno. It's all about finding your spice of life. Whatever it is, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, COVID taught us all this kind of stuff, you know. Find your spice of life. And whatever that is, don't let anyone tell you different. And spice the shit out of that coffee. All right. There's a lot of shit in this cup, so I'm gonna mix it up a little bit here.
Is anyone taking time?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What is time?
You are? Of course you are.
So
really?
1 minute.
Oh, I call bullshit
God.
on that one. This story was way too long.
No, it wasn't. Sean, just because I talk about stuff doesn't mean I'm taking up too much time. It's true.
That's literally the definition of taking up time.
Nowadays, everybody's got this like 30-second like, oh my God, if something doesn't excite me within fucking 30 seconds, I'm out. And all of a sudden, I'm 6.5 minutes in, and Sean's calling me out.
Your girlfriend must be very happy.
Oh, oh yeah, it works for her. This cocktail's got to be stirred down. It's not a shaker. It needs a little bit of Oh, wow. Yeah, so time has been slowed down. We're basically in the Spider-Man 3 right now. Yeah, Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, like, we're all here. Well, I guess I'll pour from both sides because it'll be real. I'm gonna make the garnish for everyone. Pretty shitty if there wasn't a garnish. So. Yeah.
Didn't you miss the bar, Brian?
Oh, do I miss it? I think yeah.
Who wants Brian back behind the bar? $10.
Anyways, this cocktail's got a lot of subtle flavors going on, but it really highlights the ingredients. You're gonna taste the Gobernador, you're gonna taste the Quina Rouge, you're gonna taste Campari 100%. The sherry comes out just to kind of balance everything out, and the lemon expressed kind of sets the whole drink off. So I present to you judges and the people of Victoria.
And all you peasant folk.
The Pisco Inferno. Enjoy the cocktail. Enjoy the cocktails. Thank you so much.
Cheers, friend.
Hey, cheers to Ryan. Sean, auction off your drink.
Okay, I feel bad. Like, no, I don't want to do this. Fuck you, Brian. $2. Okay, someone said $2. Fine, $2.
I'm worth $2.
Fucking sold. It's a charity, folks. Wait a fucking second! Jesus! Ladies and gentlemen! Firstly, Brian Ewan. Absolute pleasure to have you behind my life.
Thank you so much.
I don't even make it. So, let's celebrate at $10.
10, right?
10, 20,
There's 30.
30,
40.
40, 80,
90 right here.
90, 95, 95, 150, 150. 150 going once. 150 going twice. 152. 152. Two once. One, two twice. Dave really wants to fucking lost that night. He's like, I literally have 2 more chances and Sean is going to be shit. So on this one.
Brandon also want to taste that.
So, okay. Oh, Jesus, now I gotta fucking stop.
Your turn, son of a bitch. Right behind. Thank you.
Yeah, we're doing
like on the inside.
Yeah, it should be good. There you go, Brian.
Oh, hey!
Frumby? I'm not doing that. Okay. So what agrees with
I just need Richard. The other day, we were talking.
How much you spend on it? It's in the budget.
Whatever we
Let's go.
They're mostly
Just show your boots, champ. You may not have a job tomorrow, so that's
I heard the weight class is higher.
Harry, it was friends of Dorothy.
Yeah, it's been even last there a minute. Wait, that's myself.
He has a good yellow people voice.
Yeah, my dad's the radio host, so I
Okay, got it.
All right, everybody! Are you listening to number 2? The reason we're all here, the whole program tonight, he is influential in the industry. Let's give a round of applause, Mr. Sean
Where are you going, Harry? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tonight. You cannot believe, as an industry person, how much it gives me so much joy to see everybody here supporting our industry right now. It gives me a huge amount of satisfaction that we're actually doing shit decently. So, El Gabanan means El Gabanan. And I don't give a fuck about if it's egotistical. I'm the governor. I run a town, and I'm the motherfucking governor. So, that's what we're going to do. Except it's a little bit different. So we're going to do a Ramos Gin Fizz variation. So because we're doing 5 cocktails, we're doing 5 ounces of Pisco.
Sean, TikTok time.
TikTok time.
59 seconds.
That's how you make the Ramos Gin Fizz in 1 minute.
Okay, chill the fuck out, will you?
Anti-Lou.
You kids in your fucking TikTok. So we're gonna do 5 ounces. We're gonna do 3/4 of an ounce of Campari. So that's what we do. I've been hosting this shit all night fucking long. Fuck you guys and your judgment, okay? Hey, Wink Rosemary, shut the fuck up. I love you. Clive's like, I don't know what's going on.
It's Solomon.
Oh.
It's all Solomon.
Solomon, shut the fuck up. I love you. Sorry. I apologize. I really love you. Thank you for this night. So, shut up. We're going to do a 1/2 ounce per cocktail for the Pinot Rouge. Now I've lost my fucking place. Fuck you guys. Anyway, so we're going to do 2.5 ounces of summer spice, which, if you come here in winter, it's winter spice. But it is a mixture of star anise, cinnamon, and nutmeg. Summertime, it's tiki. Wintertime, it's winter spice. So, you think I'm joking? I shit you not. We literally relabel it. In wintertime, it's winter spice. So, we're gonna do all the egg whites because why not? I had them prepped out. We're gonna do all the cream. Oh. So this feels kind of Ramos Gin Fizzy. Yes, that's what it is. Does the same thing? Oh, lemon. There we go. Kate. Fuck, there's too many cats in this competition.
Every time you say cat, I look over. I'm like, what do you want?
As you should! So we're going to do 1/2 ounce per cocktail for this one. Although Harry's already judged me because I didn't, cut him out of order. Fuck you, Harry.
Yeah, fuck you, Harry.
Yeah, that's right.
Get the hell out of here.
But I love you very much. So, hands up for Harry and Kate. To be really honest, I wouldn't be able to do anything tonight without these two. I've hosted it at Clive's before, and I haven't had to do anything. But this time around, I had to, organize everything, and Harry was here at 12 o'clock before I got here. Because I wanted to sleep in a little bit, because I'm old. I need to have an Epsom salt bath, and a cold bath, and a massage, before I could even think about doing this. And I didn't think I was going to be doing this. So, there's a plus, I suppose. So, we're going to gas it.
Whoa. Whip it!
Can I get a I am going to whip it real good. So I just did that. I know it wasn't very special, but that's what whippets do. For everybody who's old enough here, most of you would have used whippets for a whole different fucking reason. I like how Kate's yeah! Okay. There's way better drugs now than whippets. No one should be doing the old school version. So, we're doing frozen eyeballs. Does anyone have time for me? Yeah. I'm still at full. Oh, okay. I can slow down. Okay. Has everyone enjoyed their time tonight? Thank you again for coming out. I'm really fucking hoping this works. I have a really strong feeling it's going to suck balls. Oh, no, it's good.
There we go.
Oh, get there, please. Get there, get there. Oh, there we go. Oh, fuck! Mr. Garrett, I don't usually thank you for anything, but thank you. Fucking Jesus. That was fucking close. I could have lost to Brian. Jesus. Yes, that's ballsy, but I don't care. It's my fucking bar. I can say whatever I want. Remember the start? I can say whatever the fuck I want. Okay. So, obviously, it's a Ramos. We need... TikTok. You can't. I was good to you. So we're doing lemon tonic. Lemon tonic is my jam. Oh no. She popped. She popped over. Okay, so this Ramos I picked up in an alley, and she wasn't very nice. These two are fantastic. They're nice girls you're gonna take home. Oh, sorry. I apologize. That's sexist. I'm sorry.
You forgot you have a token people judging your pounds.
Yes, I know. I'm gonna lose already.
Yeah.
Now I feel really bad. I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
They're beautiful drinks. I can't wait to taste it.
So, we did a 30-second Ramos and Fizz really quickly with skewed ingredients. And there we go.
They're beautiful.
Where's my straws down the sample? There they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You shouldn't fuck with Sean. There you go. There we go, guys.
I can't wait to talk about Sean.
Me too.
Kate, I
I heard
why
that.
don't you have a sip and then auction off this drink?
I'm really good at that taste. I was going to go with the nice eye.
All right.
You balanced it. Nice work.
Folks, you watch them make it. How much are we going to pay for it? Let's start at $10. 10 over here. Do I have 15?
Oh, we got 12. Oh, come on! You guys are doing that on fucking purpose.
Every $5.
Brian?
50 overtime for
50 for Carissa. 60 in the bag.
120.
120 for Carissa.
115.
115.
I'm going backwards.
160 in the bag. 200 in the back for Brian. 200 going once. 200 going twice. And so.
Hey, Kate, how much was that? Hey, Kate, how much was that?
200.
Really? Yeah. Who for? FOD? FOD?
FOD, Brian.
I don't want to compare prices, Sean.
Oh. What have you done? Oh, just ended my stream.
Delete the video. Oh.
Download the video. I suppose it has a limit. Okay.
Look at that washland over there, Joe.
The mushrooms.
Mushrooms are in these days, eh?
That's John's nickname.
Jesus.
It's kind of cold. Way earlier than we were
I don't know. You managed to stretch it.
Ryan Simpson. I see your Facebook comments. Sean looks nervous.
No, I said that. I'm trying to get Brian does the Sean trending. But it's not working. Nobody's sharing that shit. And also I spelled Brian wrong because it's like redo it.
Okay, judges, can we have like 2 minutes?
2 minutes, sir?
Did you enjoy that? It was fun.
Like really fucking great. Like I gotta look at the tally.
What's that?
What's that?
Complaints.
Hey?
Complaints about medical tyranny.
Oh Jesus. We're gonna announce the winners, judges.
Yeah, I know, right? And it seemed like a good idea at the time, I'm sure, but it's gonna go horribly wrong later.
Smiley had, so they were tied. Ran around a
Increase that much money on top.
That's insane. I can't believe how much people are paying for fucking drinks. That's just crazy.
Judges.
I mean, it's interesting. We're on the same page. Let's just take everyone's score. What did we get? Let's do What did you have for Ryan?
Yeah,
No! That lesson did not help the situation.
TikTok, TikTok.
TikTok time, judges. TikTok time. Let's go.
We were here at
'Good? You are judging?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So the winner of the most important contest competition tomorrow tonight. Don't worry about anything else. Just me and Brian. Oh, you guys know it's going to be for a Negroni week competition with young bartenders doing cool stuff. No, it's just me and Brian. We literally set it up just to be me and Brian. Come on, Brian. Yeah, get up here. You're not gonna announce it. Yes!
Thank you.
All right, so after the judges, esteemed judges, and I conversed, it was a very tight mathematical equation. Something like Rayman, it was like way over my head, but.
Please say last place and first place.
So, yeah, both extremely talented. We learned much from these guys. Let's give another round of applause. So just very briefly, in my second ever comp, I was told I came second by a half point, which was a heartbreaker. So in last place by a half point. Give it up for Sean Sula!
Thank you, everybody. I know it's not your choice that I won, so thanks for putting up with this shit. But anyway, it's great to be back in Victoria. I love that our Wes is like right there, acting weird, like as he always does. And I just love seeing all the faces. I love being back in Victoria, and thanks for letting me behind your bar. And it's very special experience for me. I haven't been behind a bar in like a year and a half, and You know, it's great to see you, and great to see Solomon too. And Solomon and I went to.
You guys were so scared that you wouldn't challenge me.
And it's so nice to see like all these like judges, and thanks for being so kind and putting all those things, deferring a lot of my anxiety and yeah. Anyway, okay, thanks.
Okay, you guys out. Thank you so much for judging. Fuck you. Thank you so much for your time, guys. We'll figure it out. So, can I get all the competitors behind the bar, please? As well, everybody who competes tonight. Come on!
Competitors! Right off the point. And the first loser is.
We've already been over that. I was sure.
Thank you, David. Okay. So to start with, guys. So we started at as the hotel we donated $250 to BBM. Your ticket entry was like $600 some.
Yeah. That it?
Total of auctioning drinks off tonight was the most ridiculous fucking thing I've ever seen. Literally a fucking highlight of my fucking career. To say this number makes my knees weak because I thought I'd break $1,000 tops.
Clayton, so cute.
Just from auctioning drinks tonight was 2,200. Which I'm hoping that everybody that's here is going to pay. Then we get some D&Ds tonight. So, but no, guys, seriously, like, I've done the Negroni for a really long fucking time. Like a really fucking long time. I think 7 to 8 years. I think I did the first Negroni week in like 2011 at Clive. Usually we did the $1 at Negroni, blah blah fucking blah, like fantastic. But tonight is possible, like it will be the most money we've ever raised for Negroni week for a charity ever. Period.
Yeah, my man.
Like, it's just absolutely fucking insane. So thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. I hope I get a pat back at least from my bosses next week. The competition tonight was fantastic. Like, if anyone, who's come to a Negroni week competition here before? Yes? Who says that every time we do these things, the talent gets better? Yeah. Every single fucking time. So.
I mean, we're right here.
So as a segue, especially when Brian shows up. In house.
You.
I'm not going to hear about that for very long. So I want to say thank you very much to our judges, Adam, Marley, Solomon, of course. To be honest with you guys, I wouldn't be able to do this sort of thing because I'd be sitting there and I have to do it and I'd be fucking doing everything else. But like, it makes my life a little bit easier, and having you guys judging these things, especially Solomon, who's judged
every one of them.
Every fucking competition we've ever had in Victoria, like fucking every single one, means a lot. So, Should we start with third place?
What are you doing?
Start with third place?
Yeah.
Okay. And we're not going to talk about points. So for the competitors, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate you guys. Really showed really, really well. If you would like to speak to the judges post-competition, you're quite welcome to. And have a chat. See how you can improve, how you can make the next competition better. So number 3, the big gorilla behind the bar, Clay Thornburn. And what most people think of that, that's a bit insulting. If you've ever seen him put both his knuckles on the bar and flex, he literally will intimidate the shit out of you. He is like a silverback gorilla, and if you fuck around with this team, he will literally knuckle down, white knuckle, and flex his forearms, which are about this fucking round, and you will behave. Is that fair? Yep. Okay, cool. Okay. I didn't want to assault you, buds. What? I didn't want to assault you. No, that's good.
It's accurate. It's accurate.
Coming second is the lanky free agent himself.
Mom just commented, she says you're back on. She'll pay you right next week.
Was it half a point? And of course, I should say, of course, that's of course.
Of course.
It's really great, guys. First place, the old man himself, Mike Goldberry. So guys, let's give another big round of applause for all the contestants tonight.
On behalf of the judges too, it was once again an incredibly difficult competition to judge, and it was really amazing watching all of you come to the table with so much. So thank you for making it difficult and a real debate amongst the judges over everything, and you all did really wonderful, and especially those people whose first competition it was. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you guys so much.
What else you want?
Thanks,
Get
guys.
behind the bar. So guys, thank you so much for being here tonight. I want to thank all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you to the bar team, Kate and Harry. Where's Harry? Harry's been here with me since midday, so thank you so much to Harry. To me and Kat, thank you so much for hanging out. Guys, thank you so much. Timber service, thanks so much, guys. Cheers. Sunday.
Congratulations, buddy!
I'm so nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.